Recorded Books is pleased to present the Modern Scholar series, where great professors teach you. My name is Richard Poe, and I'll be your host. Today we begin a course entitled American Inquisition, the Era of McCarthyism. Your professor is Ellen Schrecker, professor of history at Yeshiva University in New York City. Professor Schrecker earned her B.A. and M.A. from Radcliffe College and her Ph.D. from Harvard University. She has held teaching posts at many prestigious universities, including Princeton, NYU, and Harvard. A child of the 1950s, Dr. Schrecker developed an early interest in McCarthyism after her sixth-grade teacher became a victim of the Red Scare. She later created a course on the subject and discovered that there was a lack of books available that would help her students to fully comprehend the era. Since that time, she has published widely on the subject, including works entitled Many Are the Crimes, McCarthyism in America, which was selected as a Choice Outstanding Book in 1998. The Age of McCarthyism, A Brief History with Documents, and No Ivory Tower, McCarthyism and the Universities, which was awarded the History of Education Society's Outstanding Book Award in 1987. Today, Dr. Schrecker is widely recognized as one of the nation's leading authorities on the McCarthy era, and frequently appears in the national media to discuss the subject. The rights of freedom of speech and freedom of association guaranteed by the Constitution are often considered the building blocks of a democratic society. Many, therefore, take these basic freedoms for granted and do not imagine that they could ever be challenged. But at certain points in our nation's history, even these fundamental rights have come under fire. For example, the Sedition Act of World War I limited the rights of citizens to publish and distribute materials considered subversive to the war effort. Likewise, many claim that the Patriot Act, enacted by Congress following the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, serves to unjustly curtail civil liberties. In this course, we'll examine perhaps the most notorious example of political repression in the United States, the era of McCarthyism. Called by many the longest-lasting and most widespread episode of political repression in American history, the period saw dozens of men and women imprisoned, thousands lose their jobs, and countless others silenced by the fear of such consequences. As we explore the events and significant figures of the McCarthy era, we'll examine how the ambitious crusade of a young senator from Wisconsin became one of the greatest challenges to the principles of an open society. We'll assess the costs of McCarthyism not only in terms of the men and women directly involved with it, but more significantly, how it has affected American culture, politics, and society. In the end, we'll discover how the subject of McCarthyism remains relevant to this very day, and, if nothing else, serves to remind us that we cannot and should not ever take our basic freedoms for granted. For more information on this course, please visit its webpage at www.modernscholar.com, where you'll have access to links to related sites, a seminar room to share your thoughts with other students, and yes, of course, a final exam. And now we begin American Inquisition, the Era of McCarthyism, Lecture 1. Junius Scales and My Sixth-Grade Teacher. Two stories of the McCarthy era and what they tell us about political repression in Cold War America. And now, Professor Schrecker.
Welcome to our course on McCarthyism, political repression in Cold War America. Over the next 14 lectures, we're going to be looking at McCarthyism, at what was arguably the longest-lasting and most widespread episode of political repression in American history. I'd like to begin by looking at two rather representative cases that I hope will introduce some of the main themes that we're going to be looking at in this course. The first case is that of a man named Junius Scales. Junius Scales was a rather mild-mannered, fairly well-known North Carolinian figure. He came from a good Southern family, but he was fairly well known because he was the most public member of the North Carolina Communist Party. In October 1961, the Supreme Court decided in a split 5-4 decision that Junius Scales would have to go to prison. His crime? He had been convicted of being a member of the Communist Party. And that, according to a 1940 law known as the Smith Act, meant that he was a member of an organization that taught and advocated the violent overthrow of the United States. Now, Junius Scales was a rather mild-mannered man, no threat whatsoever to the American government, but in 1961 he went to prison. What does this show us about McCarthyism? It shows us, among other things, that McCarthyism had a much longer life than Senator Joseph McCarthy's political career. After all, McCarthy had died in 1957, 4 years before Junius Scales went to prison. It shows us that McCarthyism did not affect mainly innocent liberals, people who were not political, who had been randomly harassed by one or another of the mechanisms of the politically repressive machine. Rather, it shows us that McCarthyism affected people who were, like Junius Scales, in or near the American Communist Party. And this is a very important element of McCarthyism that we're going to be looking at throughout the rest of this audio course. I'd like to look now at our second representative case, that of my sixth grade teacher, Mr. C. And what's interesting is you'll notice I'm not giving you his regular name. His brush with McCarthyism was secret, and we're keeping it a secret to protect him and his family. Throughout the McCarthy period, one of the most important elements of this political repression was that it was secret, that the victims and the victimizers tended to keep things under the rug, didn't talk about it in public, in part because it would have affected people's careers, people's chances for getting jobs. In any event, what happened to my sixth grade teacher was simply that one day in the middle of the school year of 1953, he lost his job. He was fired. There was no explanation. Nobody at the school explained why Mr. C had left. He had not been called before a congressional committee, although often we tend to view the McCarthy phenomenon as something that is identified with the congressional committees like the House Un-American Activities Committee or HUAC or McCarthy's own committee. But much of what we would call McCarthyism occurred without having a committee intervening. My own assumption about Mr. C's firing was that it was probably the result of an intervention by the FBI, that an FBI agent had somehow gotten in touch with the authorities at Temple University, which was running the school that we went to during that period, and that they had slipped a memorandum about Mr. C's previous political activities to the authorities, and that had resulted in his dismissal. What does this show us about McCarthyism? Again, quite a lot. It shows us how the economic sanctions that were absolutely crucial to the McCarthy era operated. It shows us as well something about the blanket of secrecy that concealed so much of what went on. We know about the people who, like the Hollywood 10, whose cases were in the newspapers, who had very public trials, like Julius Rosenberg. But in many respects, these are the tip of the iceberg. A lot of what happened during the McCarthy period, a lot of the political repression took the form of quiet dismissals of people like my sixth grade teacher. Another aspect of this case was that Mr. C had once been a communist. I don't know if he was still in the party at the time he was fired or not. Many people who had been in the party had long since left it by the mid-1950s. But Mr. C had once been a communist. He had even been very active in a left-wing labor union in another city. And the FBI probably knew that and probably informed the authorities at Temple University about him. Now, I'd like to go back and take these two cases and look a little more at what they do show us about that anti-communist furor of the early Cold War period we call McCarthyism. Obviously, as the case of Junius Scales shows us, time-wise, in terms of chronology, McCarthyism was much more than McCarthy's career. It began, as we will discover when we look at some of the antecedents of the McCarthy era. It's something that we can trace those antecedents all the way back to the late 19th century, certainly all the way back to the Red Scare of the 1920s that we'll be looking at in a few lectures, certainly back to the political unrest and labor union organizing of the 1930s that we'll be looking at in a future lecture. And it extended, as Junius Scales' case shows us, long after Joseph McCarthy was put in his grave. Another aspect of the McCarthy period that I think these cases show us is its very close connection to the Communist Party. During the 1950s, it was often common for people who were upset about McCarthyism and upset about McCarthy to talk as if this was a kind of random terror that struck ordinary people in every walk of life in the United States. That was not the case. It was very focused and mainly affected people who were in or near the Communist Party. Altogether, we have a body count, and again, remember that this is not an exact body count because of this enormous secrecy, but we do know that at least 2 people were killed, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. Several hundred were sent to prison or deported, and probably, and here the figures are very hard to come by, probably maybe 10 to 12,000 people lost their jobs in one way or another because of this political repression. Now, compared to the kind of political repression that we see in totalitarian regimes that we saw in Stalin's Russia or Hitler's Third Reich, certainly this is not a dreadful and horrendous form of political repression. But I think it's important to argue that it was very effective in squelching certain kinds of political dissent. And during the course of future lectures, we're going to be looking at the impact of this political repression on political dissent in the United States and in the way in which these primarily economic sanctions operated in keeping people from questioning the course of the Cold War, in keeping people from speaking out on unpopular topics, speaking out in ways that would have made them controversial politically, and in ways that they feared might cost them their jobs or their livelihood in some way. One of the other things that we're going to be looking at as we study McCarthyism in much more detail over the next few lectures is the way in which it operated. One of the reasons why it was so effective was simply that it was a very multi-stranded form of political repression. It didn't operate out of one institution, but out of many. The FBI, congressional committees, local district attorneys, movie studios, universities, many institutions were involved here. And I think that multi-stranded nature of McCarthyism is one of the reasons why it was so effective. Another of the characteristics of this kind of political repression, and one of the reasons, again, why it was so effective was that, on the whole, McCarthyism operated as a 2-stage process. The first process, which I call that of identification, was one in which individuals or organizations were branded as being somehow affected with communism, branded as being communist groups, communist individuals, whatever. And that identification stage was usually handled by an arm of the federal government, the FBI, slipping a dossier to the authorities at Temple University that fired my sixth grade teacher, or a congressional investigating committee calling up somebody who would then take the Fifth Amendment, or perhaps a journalist writing a column that identified somebody as belonging to the Communist Party. That was that first stage of identification. And it was often viewed as constituting McCarthyism as a whole. However, there was a second stage, the stage of applying sanctions. That was done by employers who followed up on that first identification stage by applying economic sanctions against the men or women who were identified by a congressional committee or the FBI. What that two-stage process did was enable many of the people who applied these second-stage economic sanctions to distance themselves from McCarthyism. McCarthyism, they claimed, was what the committees were doing. What they were doing was something else. Maybe it was protecting their institution. Maybe it was simply a kind of house cleaning that they felt they needed to do. But it wasn't McCarthyism. And that separability, I think, made it possible for many otherwise liberal, otherwise civil libertarian, often people to claim that they oppose McCarthyism, when in fact, as we shall see over the course of the next few lectures, they were really collaborating with it and making it function in a way that enabled our democratic society to engage in a very effective form of political repression. Another thing that I'd like to look at today as we begin our survey of what McCarthyism was is the kinds of explanations that have previously been given for this particular phenomenon. These explanations have changed over time, often in response to the sort of changing political climate in the broader society as well as within the historical profession. The first interpretation of McCarthyism, or at least the first one that really gained a lot of attention, occurred at the time that McCarthyism was at its peak in the mid-1950s. This interpretation has often been identified with a group of utterly brilliant historians and sociologists, the most important of them Richard Hofstadter, a famous and very brilliant historian, and Daniel Bell, a sociologist who in 1955 edited a very crucial set of essays by this group of historians and sociologists called, I think, The Radical Right. In their essays, Hofstadter, Bell, and Seymour Martin Lipset, another very important sociologist, tended to take McCarthy himself at face value and to focus on the kind of populist language that he was using, the kinds of attacks that he was making on the Eastern elite upper class establishment, people like the Secretary of State, Dean Acheson, who was one of McCarthy's favorite targets and whom McCarthy always talked about as having been, quote-unquote, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. And they viewed McCarthyism, therefore, as a kind of populist, lower-class phenomenon directed against the Eastern establishment. As we will see later, this particular interpretation is rather wide of the mark, but it was very widely accepted in the mid-1950s. Hofstadter and Bell also identified the protagonists of McCarthyism, the people who supported it, as people who were very concerned with their status, who were overwhelmed by a kind of status anxiety, and they identified two particular groups. One were white upper class Anglo-Saxon WASPs, the traditional rulers of American society, who were seeing their traditional position of power slipping away as second-generation Americans, ethnic Americans, began to gain more and more political and economic power, and these people manifested their concern with their declining status by supporting McCarthyism. The other group that Hofstadter, Bell, and Lipset identified as manifesting this status anxiety were upwardly mobile ethnic people who wanted to display their quote-unquote Americanism by climbing onto the McCarthyism bandwagon. There are a lot of problems with this interpretation of McCarthyism as status anxiety. Among other things, it encompasses just about everybody in American society. It also has the problem that there is apparently no empirical evidence supporting it whatsoever. And historians became somewhat disillusioned with this particular type of interpretation, which, though brilliant and persuasive on the surface, really had very little evidence to back it up. By the mid-1960s, historians began to take a second look at the McCarthy phenomenon, and they began to see it no longer as some kind of aberration, no longer as some kind of psychological manifestation of American anxieties, but rather as normal, ordinary partisan politics. In particular, they viewed McCarthy himself as an ordinary Republican politician who, admittedly a little more raucous, admittedly a little more reckless, nonetheless was following a scenario that many other Republican politicians were also pushing. And McCarthyism was, in fact, a program that many conservative Republicans had been adopting since the late 1930s as a way to damage the New Deal administration. Many of these historians in the 1960s also viewed McCarthyism as emanating from the Truman administration's campaign to gain support for its Cold War foreign policy and to gain support by exaggerating the dangers of communism, both overseas and especially at home. As we shall see during the course of our future lectures, this Truman administration desire to sort of hype anti-communism turned out to backfire against the Truman administration itself, but perhaps, as we can see, Harry Truman wasn't aware of that in the beginning. A further revision of our view of what McCarthyism meant developed in the 1970s, partly as a result of the Watergate scandals of the Nixon administration. When we began to get records from the FBI, when we began to discover that J. Edgar Hoover had had his hand in a lot of dirty tricks, many of which inflated the quote-unquote communist menace, many of which, as we are going to see in future lectures, helped inflate the role of the FBI itself in determining the nature of McCarthyism. And by the late 1970s, it became very clear that it was no longer possible to look at this sort of widespread anti-communist furor without going deeply into FBI records, without taking account of the truly central role here of J. Edgar Hoover and his agents. More recently, however, historians have, in a funny way, returned to some of the earlier explanations, not in terms of the populism or status anxiety that somebody like Richard Hofstadter was looking at, but rather by taking into account a more cultural explanation of what was going on. cultural history has become very popular within the historical profession. We're beginning to look much more at sort of a kind of mentality as determining what kinds of things manifested themselves within the American political sphere. And this cultural interpretation has come to be sort of added on as an extra layer to some of our earlier views of McCarthyism. The most persuasive of these new interpretations is that of the late Berkeley political scientist Michael Paul Rogan, who talks about the counter-subversive tradition in American politics. And by that, he's talking about a very old tradition that tends to seek, especially during times of stress. It's a tradition that tends to seek the cause of troubles within American politics as coming from some kind of alien body within American society, some kind of alien, quote unquote, other that gets demonized, that gets focused on, and that somehow is subverting our good American tradition through whatever. Terrorism, perhaps, in the 19th century, it was Catholics. In the early 20th century, it was various forms of radicals. And during the McCarthy period, of course, it was communists. But what Rogan has focused on, and I think what is very important to look at and to keep in our mind as we continue looking at some of the other elements of McCarthyism, is the psychological attraction of this notion that there's somehow an alien body within American society that is the cause of presumably the troubles that our society is facing. The final layer of interpretation that we want to add to our understanding of the meaning of McCarthyism has occurred very recently, since 1995, when the federal government released the transcripts of some declassified, decrypted, intercepted KGB telegrams that revealed Soviet espionage within the American government during World War II. These documents, and they're known by the totally meaningless code name of the Venona transcripts, decrypts, had been deciphered during the late 1940s, 1950s, but they were highly secret, and they've only recently been released to a wider public, as well as documents that have become known since the fall of the Soviet Union, and documents that, like the Venona decrypts, have shown the kind of Soviet espionage that was taking place in this country. So that these new documents require us to rethink our approach to the whole question of Soviet espionage, which was such a key element in sort of gearing up popular anxiety and government repression in this country. And we'll be looking in considerable detail at what the Venona decrypts have shown us. Finally, we need to look, I think, at why McCarthyism was so controversial and why McCarthyism remains so controversial. Here, I think there are a number of issues involved. One is that it's simply an episode that is of enormous human interest. Ordinary people were facing a kind of moral dilemma sometimes when they were called before committees. And this has engaged playwrights, it's engaged novelists, it engages television docudrama creators, because the human interest issues here are so central. Should we squeal? Should people keep things secret? A whole bunch of really central issues. But there are other reasons, I think, why McCarthyism is so crucial here. To begin with, it questions American behavior during the Cold War. After the fall of the Soviet Union, there was, in many treatments of the Cold War, a kind of moral triumphalism, a sense that the United States, quote unquote, won the Cold War because we were a better society. But McCarthyism clearly was not American democracy's final hour, and it requires us to take a more nuanced view of what was going on during the Cold War. Finally, of course, at this particular moment, there is an enormous relevance to the whole question of civil liberties and national security, and it's an issue that we will be talking about certainly at the end of our audio course. Before I end this first lecture, I'd like to give you a quick overview of some of the main themes that we'll be dealing with over the course of the next 13 lectures. We'll begin by looking at our witches and witch hunters. We're going to be looking first at the Communist Party, important because that was where most of the victims came from. And it's important to understand its history and why communism was so vulnerable to repression in this country. We will also look in considerable detail at the way in which the mechanisms of McCarthyism operated. We'll look at some of the most important agencies involved. Certainly, we're going to take an entire lecture to examine the FBI, what I consider the single most important institution of McCarthyism and the core of this anti-communist network. We're also going to be looking at the congressional committees, not just that committee chaired by Joseph McCarthy, but HUAC and some of the other committees that were equally important. We'll be looking as well at the federal government's loyalty security program, a program that was designed in 1947 and that became a template for many similar programs within both the public and private sphere. We'll be looking as well at the way in which private employers enforced economic sanctions, at the way in which the federal courts legitimized the political repression that took place, at the way in which many liberal institutions, in a sense, went along with the blacklist, or else simply didn't oppose it. In a way, I look at these as the kind of good Germans of the McCarthy era, the people and institutions that might have stopped or mitigated this repression, but didn't. Finally, we'll look at the impact of McCarthyism on our cultural and political life. We'll look at some of the areas from Hollywood to Harvard, to the labor movement, to the civil rights movement that were most affected by the Cold War Red Scare. And we'll try to draw some lessons from that impact for today. Can it happen again? And how can we prevent it? We'll look at all these things over the next 13 lectures. And in our next lecture, we'll begin by looking at the Communist Party and its adherents, why it became the main target of McCarthyism.
This ends Lecture 1. American Inquisition, Lecture 2. Communism in America. The World of the Witches.
In this lecture, we're going to be looking at the American Communist Party. As we noticed in our last lecture, most of the quote-unquote victims of the McCarthy era were not innocent liberals, but people who were in or near the Communist Party. As a result, we need to know something about these people's political background. And in this lecture, we're going to be looking at the history of American communism. We're going to be looking at why people joined the party, what they did while they were in it, and in particular, what it was about the American Communist Party that made it so vulnerable to the political repression directed against it. I realize that this may be a somewhat controversial issue here. Communism and anti-communism often elicit a lot of opposition, a lot of emotion. But we're historians, and so we're going to be trying to look at the party, not judge it, but look at it as a historical phenomenon. Where did it come from, and what did it do? Let's begin by looking at its origins. It began, actually, as the left wing of the American Socialist Party, a fairly broad party that encompassed a number of radical and somewhat less radical individuals. And it developed in a moment that seemed for many people to be the moment of a revolution, a worldwide revolution that followed World War I and the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia in 1917. American socialists who had not really been particularly powerful or popular in this country saw their fellows over there in Moscow and St. Petersburg taking over an entire country. And many of them thought this was just, the greatest thing since sliced bread. And they split off from the sort of more conservative wing of the American Socialist Party and followed communism, developed their own party, one that they saw as the American branch of the Russian Revolution. And at least within the radical circles in the United States, this Soviet connection gave them a lot of prestige. After all, they had the franchise for the only successful revolution, the only successful socialist revolution in world history. Hey, they're part of history. Now, in its early days, the American Communist Party was not very big, not very powerful, and not very American. In fact, most of its members were immigrants, foreign-born people from Lithuania, from Finland, Poland. Many communist newspapers were actually printed in foreign languages, not in English. And this was not a group that had a lot of power within the United States or a lot of attraction to ordinary Americans. In addition, it was a group that was illegal. The American government cracked down on it, was prosecuting members, radicals certainly, for all kinds of things, and we'll be looking at some of that prosecution during what has come to be known as the first Red Scare in our next set of lectures. But from the point of view of the sort of small sectarian American Communist Party, it's important to sort of get a sense of what it must have felt like to have been a very radical group talking revolution all the time and being arrested whenever they got together. So the party responded by going underground, by adopting fake names, by meeting in sort of clandestine ways. And this, it turned out, had a very deleterious long-term effect because it made the party sort of always have this kind of conspiratorial culture, a kind of slightly romanticized notion of danger, of operating underground. Well, this is the United States, and this kind of a underground secret revolutionary party, although probably necessary in Tsarist Russia, was not really adapted to American political customs, and it always made American communism be a little bit beyond the pale, a little bit too exotic, a little bit unsuited for American political life. Another characteristic of this early Communist Party was the fact that it was absolutely riddled with schisms, with infighting, with all kinds of sort of petty arguments about this doctrinal point or that doctrinal point. And often sort of individual leaders would create their own little subgroups, often with really strange names like the Geese. I don't know what the Geese believed in, but that was one of the factions. And as a result, during the early years of American communism in the 1920s, you had a small, largely foreign, little group of, what would we call them, debaters? They were more than debaters. They were just arguing all the time. How did they settle their arguments? They went to Moscow. And one of the most important characteristics of American communism, of course, is its connection to the Soviet Union, its connection to what came to be known as the Comintern, which was a sort of international controlling body of all the communist parties in the world. And this was, ironically, both a source of strength for the American Communist Party, but also and ultimately probably its most serious disadvantage. In the early days, however, the Soviet connection helped the American Party solve its conflicts. The feuding parties would go to Moscow, and the authorities in Russia would simply select who they wanted to be the leader. The Soviet authorities also handed down the supposed political line. This, unfortunately, usually represented Soviet priorities rather than American ones, and it could often be rather disastrous, as we're going to see, in the sense that these Soviet directives made the American Party rather distant from American issues. Not all the time. For example, Stalin thought of himself as a great theorist of nationalities, and he decided that American blacks were a separate nationality, and he forced the American Party in the late 20s and early 30s to begin to confront the issue of racial segregation. It probably would have done it anyhow, but that initial directive came from Moscow. Many other directives that came from Moscow, however, were much more deleterious and ultimately destroyed the party in many ways. The party also, at least in its early period, got money from Russia, which helped it. It helped it in a number of ways. One, it enabled it to publish magazines and newspapers. It also enabled it to allow many of its members to work full-time on political issues. And this was another very important characteristic of American communism. Its discipline characteristic, the fact that communists followed orders, that communists obeyed the line. Now, we tend to view this in a very negative way. You know, these people aren't really individuals, they're robots. And they were portrayed during the McCarthy period often as sort of puppets. You know, there's Stalin sitting in the Kremlin pulling the strings, and American Party members were dancing to his tune. But in fact, politically, this was very useful because it maintained unity within the party. It kept the party focused. And many people joined the party specifically because of this discipline, because it made American communism much more politically effective than many other left-wing groups, which were looser, which weren't as focused, which didn't have the organizational strength of the party. This discipline was obviously very deleterious in the sense that it enabled many American communists to sort of smother their doubts about what was going on in Russia. They did have some information, not a lot of information about the purges, but they tended to repress it. They tended to sort of shove it under the rug. You know, we can't have a revolution without breaking eggs. You can't have an omelet without breaking eggs. Stalin knows best. He's fighting Nazism, so let's not really look at what's going on in Russia. Later on, many of these people realized they'd made a very serious mistake. But at the time, they kind of prided themselves on being good communists, on being good party people who were following the appropriate line. Another aspect of American communism was the fact that it did develop a core of what were known as cadres. People who worked full-time as political organizers, both in the party, but also in an array of what were called front groups. And this is another very important aspect of American communism that I think we need to look at. during its heyday in the 1930s, the American Communist Party was at the organizational center of a whole constellation of causes, of organizations that ranged from the labor movement to literary magazines to organized benevolent societies. There was one group called the International Workers' Order, for example, that sold insurance and cemetery plots to left-wingers. There were communist summer camps. There were communist baseball teams. There were communist literary magazines. There were communist dance groups. There were also communist peace groups, communist civil liberties groups, and a wide range of sort of political, social, cultural organizations that people who were concerned with issues of social justice, of peace, even folk music, could get involved with. And what's important about these front groups was, of course, that during the McCarthy era, these were the areas where the witch hunters went hunting. Because one of the other problems with the Communist Party was that as a result of its early beginnings during the post-World War I repression, party membership was secret. People joined the party. They took party names, false names. They never openly acknowledged that they were in the party. And as a result, during the McCarthy period, the witch hunters had to identify communists by sort of secondary characteristics. And they tended to do it by looking at the people who joined the front groups, people who were active in the front groups, which wasn't really such a bad test, but nonetheless, often somebody had joined the International Workers' Organization, not because he or she was interested in the Communist Party's fraternal work, but because he or she wanted some cheap insurance. So it didn't always work, but these front groups were a very important part of American communism and explain, I think, the shape of the political repression during the McCarthy period. American communism, as we've already seen, was not a major influence within American society during the 1920s. It was, however, much more important during the 1930s, the so-called heyday of American communism, and it grew for two reasons. It grew because of the Depression and because of the rise of Hitler. And it became the largest and most dynamic political organization on the left. And this is very important for our understanding of McCarthyism. We tend to have a sort of mixed view of this particular phenomenon because, in a sense, it's a tragedy. American radicalism was hijacked by an organization that ultimately was much too closely tied to the Soviet Union. But that's history. And what we have to realize is that in the 1930s, as we're going to see, many Americans who were concerned about issues like unemployment, like labor organizing, like opposition to Hitler, joined the Communist Party or moved within its orbit, largely because this was where the action was. After all, communism gave to the American public a viable alternative to capitalism during the Depression. Communists could say, quote, "There is no unemployment in the Soviet Union." And this was a rather powerful attraction for many people who were looking for answers, who were looking for some alternative to what seemed to be a very failed system here in the United States. In addition, the communist cadres were extremely active in organizations that were confronting the economic problems of the Depression era. They organized unemployed workers. They organized labor unions. They were especially influential on organizing labor unions, largely because communists viewed themselves as sort of the vanguard of the working class, and they turned to unions as the main organizational forms, the main institutions of the working class, so that therefore, if they wanted to organize workers, they needed to be in unions. And communists were very skilled union organizers and played a major role in the organization of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, or CIO, which organized workers in industries that had not previously been organized before, like the steel industry and the automobile industry. And communists had a lot of influence within many of these unions, and these unions were, as we are going to see in some of our future lectures, some of the main targets of the political repression of the McCarthy period. But during the Depression, communism seemed important for people who were concerned about organizing labor. Another attraction of American communism during the 1930s was its opposition to fascism and to Hitler's Germany. This was a opposition that was driven primarily by the Soviet Union. Stalin initially had not been particularly worried about the rise of Nazism, but later became concerned and imposed what came to be known as the Popular Front on all of the communist parties throughout the world. The Popular Front was a program that encouraged communist parties to seek alliances with bourgeois Democrats, to seek alliances with anybody that was also opposed to Hitler and fascism. So in this country, as a result of the Popular Front, you had the American Communist Party sort of muting its basic revolutionary program. Yes, eventually, there would have to be a communist revolution, but for the immediate future, we could support the New Deal. And American communists began to talk about, quote unquote, communism as 20th century Americanism. Communist functions began to highlight the founding fathers, Jefferson, Lincoln, as well as Stalin and Lenin. Communists became very active in opposing fascism, which at that time there weren't a lot of other organizations on the field. As a result, the Communist Party and sort of the front groups associated with it began to attract a new constituency, not just sort of immigrant workers, not just people who were unemployed, but middle-class intellectuals, especially Jewish middle-class intellectuals, because of their opposition to Hitler. The party was also very involved in supporting the loyalist side in the Spanish Civil War, and in a sense got the franchise for support to the Spanish Republic in this country. For very idealistic young men who wanted to go overseas and fight the fascists in Spain, you tended to work through one or another sort of communist-led organization. Another area of activity that American communists were concerned with was that of racial equality. And this is not something that historians until recently have spent a lot of time with, mainly because it was an element of the party's program that became particularly important after World War II. And there hasn't been a lot of attention paid to American communist activities during World War II, because we tend to look at that period as the McCarthy period as one of repression, and we don't think about what communists were doing. But they were very, very much in the foreground of the early struggles for racial equality in this country. They were, in fact, the only organization not specifically devoted to civil rights that pushed for racial equality both in the North and in the South. Unfortunately, American communism wasn't a prisoner of the Soviet Union's foreign policy. And despite all the important work that it did with regard to organizing the labor movement, working for civil rights, opposing fascism. Nonetheless, ultimately, American communists followed the Soviet line, and that was in fact disastrous. And it was disastrous in 1939 when Stalin abandoned his opposition to Hitler and signed what has come to be known as the Nazi-Soviet Pact, pledging neutrality in the case of war. I don't want to go into all the reasons why Stalin reversed his original policy, but nonetheless, it was a major change in Soviet foreign policy, and one that forced communist parties around the world, not just in the United States, but everywhere from France to China, to totally reverse themselves 180 degrees, give up their opposition to Nazism, claim often that they were now concerned about peace rather than opposing Hitler. And it was disastrous. It was a disaster for the American Communist Party. Interestingly enough, many communists did not leave the party. There is a sort of notion that the party's members fled. They didn't. What happened was the Popular Front fell apart. The liberals with whom communists had been working with in movements opposing Hitler and movements in support of the Spanish Civil War, the liberals quit. The liberals broke with communists, became disillusioned, stopped protecting them against their enemies. And in response, the communists were isolated and very vulnerable to a new wave of repression that was occurring in the late 1930s and 40s as World War II is beginning to build up. And we'll look at that repression in a future lecture. But what's interesting here is that as that repression develops, the Communist Party responds by becoming more withdrawn. Some of its members go underground, some of its members leave the country, and we begin to see a kind of response that the party will again take during the McCarthy period after World War II. Luckily for American communists, Hitler invaded the Soviet Union at the end of June 1941. Boom! 180 degrees again. American communists can now be anti-German again, anti-Nazi again, and after Pearl Harbor, they can become patriots. And they do. They become 300% Americans, supporting the war effort more wholeheartedly than almost any other group in this country. Their newfound patriotism did not eliminate anti-communists. The liberals who had been so disillusioned by the Nazi-Soviet pact flip-flop remained disillusioned. They kept their distance. And of course, the hardcore anti-communists were not, shall we say, won over by the party's embrace of not only Americanism and the American war effort, but sometimes even capitalism. Whoa, that didn't last. The war ends, and with the escalation of the Cold War and the early struggle between the United States and the Soviet Union, the Communist Party becomes isolated, it becomes harassed, and as we'll see, becomes the target of American repression in so many forms. How did the party respond here? It turned inward. It became sectarian. It became much more narrow-minded, much more focused on self-defense. Part of this was the result of a directive from Moscow. This directive took the form, rather indirectly, in an article in a French communist magazine talking about American communism and saying that that wartime embrace of Americanism had gone too far. that the party should focus more on working class issues, on the revolution. And so the Popular Front begins to come to an end. The party begins to take a much harder line. It begins to splinter off from its earlier liberal alliances. At the same time, of course, McCarthyism is beginning to build up, and the party becomes more and more focused on its own defense. It can no longer reach out. It can no longer sort of organize new kinds of front groups, except in the field of self-defense. Its energy, its money, its time, the devotion of its cadres begins to focus much more narrowly on civil liberties issues. And finally, the party begins to go underground. It sent a number of its most trusted cadres out of their ordinary lives. These were people, Junius Scales, who we've already met, was one of them. He had to leave his family. He had to take a false identity. He had to sort of travel around North Carolina secretly, organizing sort of underground party cells, in part based on a model left over from World War II during the Nazi occupation of Europe. Many communist parties organized resistance cells underground. And the international communist movement, the American communists, sort of romanticized this sort of Second World War experience and thought that maybe the United States was heading toward fascism, that McCarthyism was going to lead into some kind of new Third Reich in this country, and therefore they had to be prepared with sort of underground cells. This was crazy. It bore no relation to what was going on. Yes, McCarthyism was repressive, but the Gestapo was not roaming the streets of New York City. And this very counterproductive response really hurt the party very, very seriously. In addition, as many communists began to go on trial, as many congressional committees began to hold hearings where undercover informants for the FBI began to testify, the party became very obsessed with internal security. And it began to conduct its own purges, very similar to the purges that were going on out in the rest of American society. It got rid of homosexuals, for example, because they were seen as, in one way or another, vulnerable to blackmail. It got rid of people who went to see psychiatrists. It also went through a moment of purging anybody who didn't take the appropriate stand with regard to civil rights and racial issues. And as this happened, it became a much tenser, more sectarian kind of party that could no longer recruit members the way it had during the 1930s. And by the middle of the 1950s, in particular by 1956, after American communists learned about a speech that Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev had given at the 20th Party Congress in Moscow, in which he detailed some of Stalin's crimes, American communism fell apart. It completely degenerated into a very small little sect that really had no influence whatsoever within American life. When we step back and evaluate American communism, we have to realize that it had both positive and negative aspects. It was a deeply flawed movement that nonetheless dominated the American left in the 1930s and 40s. As we've already seen, it did make some important contributions to movements for social change, especially in the fields of labor and civil rights. But it was always unpopular, and basically, it was a secret, undemocratic organization whose obeisance to the Soviet Union furthered the opposition to it and rendered it incapable of working effectively within the American political system. Its impact on the left was disastrous. because the Communist Party had been so important within American radicalism, it nearly destroyed sort of all left-wing activity for almost an entire generation. And of course, it enabled its enemies, who we're going to be looking at in much more detail in our next lecture, to exploit its many vulnerabilities to implement a wide-ranging program of political repression against American communism and against the rest of the American left.
After listening to Lecture 2, a student posed this question to Professor Schrecker. How did the communists respond to the internment of the Japanese? Let's listen to the professor's response.
Communists supported the internment of the Japanese during World War II. In fact, one of the leading Japanese-American communists was himself interned. He writes in his own diary, gee, this is really repressive and unjust, but it's for winning the war. And remember, we've got to win the war, so I'm going along with this, even though I am being rounded up and sent to a detention camp. Khrushchev got up in front of the Soviet Communist Party in the beginning of 1956 and for the first time admitted that Stalin's purges had occurred, that Stalin had killed thousands, millions of Russians, that it had been unjustified. And this was something that split communist parties around the world because communists everywhere had been sort of repressing these unpleasant truths, these awful truths, and shoving it under the rug. And when Khrushchev, the leader of the mother party, said, hey, wait a minute, guys, we've been wrong all along, Stalin was a monster, this totally destroyed for many, many American communists the faith that they had been living with for so long. American communists struggled with that issue. Many of them simply fooled themselves. Many of them believed that somehow the Soviet Union really was the motherland, really was some kind of utopia. Not too many of them went there, it's true. For example, there are a lot of American Communist Party memoirs of people who'd been active in the party, some of whom went to Russia. And one woman in particular writes about the fact that many of her friends, her Russian and other friends, kept disappearing during the 1930s. And yet, in some sort of weird cognitive dissonance, she just refused to confront that. And this is clearly the most serious moral failing of American communists. In other words, in this country, because they were an oppressed minority, they championed democratic rights, they championed civil liberties. In the Soviet Union, they simply sort of blinded themselves willfully and refused to admit that.
This ends Lecture 2. If you borrowed this course from a public library and would like your own copy of the course guide for future reference, call Recorded Books at 1-800-636-3399 and we'll send you a free copy. A shipping charge will apply. American Inquisition Lecture 3. Anti-Communism in America. The World of the Witch Hunters.
In our last lecture, we looked at the witches, the communists, the people who were the targets of the political repression that we call McCarthyism. In this lecture, we're going to look at the witch hunters, the men and women, mostly men, of course, who carried out that repression, the people who were members of what I've come to recognize were a kind of informal anti-communist network. And what's very important about these people, and what's the reason why we're going to be looking at them in some detail, is that McCarthyism was not primarily a movement that spontaneously welled up from below. It was not the product of sort of ordinary Americans' fears of communist subversion, but rather was the product of the activities of a very dedicated and very self-conscious group of full-time political activists who worked together to shape the ideology of American anti-communism and then to build the machinery that would eliminate American communism from all positions of influence within American society. We're going to be looking at these people today. We're going to be looking at their ideas, where they developed, and how over time more and more different groups began to join this network, began to come together to develop a really concentrated campaign designed to eliminate communism from American life. There are all kinds of people here. We're talking about politicians. We're talking about journalists. We're talking about law enforcement officials. We're talking about former communists and former left-wingers. But what they had in common was that overwhelming devotion to the struggle against communism. These were true believers. We're going to be looking at these people. We're going to be looking at where they came from, what they believed, and looking in particular at the connections between them that made McCarthyism and anti-communism such a powerful force within American society during the late 1940s and 50s. We're going to begin by looking, I think, at some of the general characteristics of this anti-communist network. It's important to realize, for example, that it developed in the late 19th century in response to some of the labor struggles that were taking place during the early years of American industrialization. And it began to gain new members as American communism grew and as American communism began to alienate more and more different groups of people. So as we've seen already in our study of the American Communist Party, we can see that the party's work, for example, in the labor movement would obviously lead people who oppose labor unions to become anti-communist. As the party began to split, as little splinter groups like the Trotskyists emerge, these groups also began to make alliances with the anti-communist network. Ultimately, by the time the Cold War began, these members of this anti-communist network, these journalists, law enforcement officials, former communists, were already in place. They had developed themselves in strategic positions, often, for example, as staff members for congressional investigating committees or within the FBI. And they were occupying places within American society that enabled them to shape much of that Cold War Red Scare, that enabled them to create the machinery of repression, that enabled them to formulate scenarios for fighting communism that were to become extraordinarily important during the McCarthy period. After all, the American anti-communist network was in many respects just a recent manifestation of this counter-subversive tradition in American life. Radicalism was never popular in the United States, and during periods of stress, as we've already noted, Americans tended not to become radicalized, not to join revolutionary groups, but rather to look inward, to look for some kind of alien or other force that was causing trouble. During the 17th century in New England, it was witches. In the 19th century in this country, it was Catholics, it was immigrants. At the turn of the century, it was radicals and anarchists. All these groups got demonized by this counter-subversive tradition, which often used almost identical language in dehumanizing these sort of targets. You see language using images of animals, of vermin, of diseases, germs. This was the case with the Japanese during World War II. They were seen as rats. And a lot of this language is simply carried over into the Cold War period and applied to communists. Communism was considered a cancer, a disease. They were germs. They were animals, vermin. The kind of language is language that often reappears during moments of stress. And during the Cold War, during the early Cold War, certainly, there was a lot of stress in American society, and this counter-subversive tradition began to turn against American communism as the kind of incarnation of this subversive menace that periodically reappears when problems that the United States faces seem not to have an easy solution. Modern anti-communism, at least that form that focused on Communist Party, began to develop during the working class unrest of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. It began to develop in response to the early organization of the Socialist Party, of labor unions in particular, where red baiting became a very useful tool for anti-union employers. They used red baiting in part as a way of sort of splitting workers from the middle classes. It was a way to appeal to sort of respectable Americans and distance them from the dangerous radicals who were organizing unions. Certainly during the late 19th and early 20th century, it often had anti-immigrant overtones and was used against the notion of foreigners who were somehow coming into this country and spreading revolution, spreading anarchy. It begins as a sort of current within American society with the earliest industrial strikes of 1877, and you hear language of anti-communism beginning to enter American politics at that time. It becomes more important after 1886, after the so-called Haymarket Massacre, when labor unions, anarchist groups begin to be targeted by a new group of professional anti-communists, many of them working within police departments. This is a moment at which police departments begin to develop professional red squads, groups of law enforcement officials who specialize in attacking radicals and who, for very obvious reasons, have a stake in promoting anti-communism within a larger society. In many instances, these professional red squads were actually subsidized by business groups who were using them to attack organized workers, to attack unions. And this is one sort of strand of the anti-communist network that develops early. And it's a strand that becomes very active in the immediate post-World War I Red Scare that took place in response first to the sort of wild rhetoric that accompanied the Bolshevik Revolution on the part of the early Communist Party and some of the other left-wing groups, and that fed fears that maybe, God only knows how, there would be some kind of socialist communist revolution in this country. It was kind of crazy, but nonetheless, many of these professional anti-communists sort of picked up on it and began to hype the problem of American communism. This period was also a period of a major strike wave that occurred throughout American society. It's this combination of wild rhetoric on the part of a lot of radicals and a huge strike wave in many major industries that set the stage for the post-World War I Red Scare, a movement from which developed a number of institutions and techniques that were going to be used much later during the McCarthy period. This repression of the Red Scare had its origins in part in the federal government's crackdown during the war on its critics within the left and within the labor movement. The Wilson administration actually had some rather serious laws passed during World War I, which was not very popular in this country, not popular at all within the working class immigrant community. And so the government responded in a very heavy-handed way against critics of the war and used the wartime sedition laws, particularly against the Socialist Party and against an organization known as the Wobblies, the Industrial Workers of the World, or IWW. These were radical union people, and the government cracked down, threw its leaders in jail, refused to allow its literature to be sent through the mail, and in general implemented a really widespread repression against critics of the government. So that building on that, after the war, the government quickly cracked down on the sort of new revolutionary groups, the brand new Communist Party, and in response as well to a few what we today would call terrorist attacks by individual anarchists who set off a number of bombs directed against prominent people and institutions, the federal government inaugurated what came to be known as the Palmer Raids at the end of 1919 and beginning of 1920, named after the Attorney General Palmer. These raids focused primarily on immigrants, and the authorities rounded up thousands of these immigrants, in large part because immigrants had fewer constitutional rights than ordinary citizens. They could be detained, they could be deported. Also, of course, many American radicals at this time were not native-born citizens, so that by focusing on immigrants, the authorities were in fact focusing on the majority of the nation's radicals. The Red Scare was characterized by all kinds of offenses against civil liberties. In one case, thousands of people were being held in a federal building in Detroit that had only one bathroom. People were being held for months without charges, and many people were simply shipped out of the country. This Red Scare abated by the middle of 1920, when it became clear that there was not going to be a socialist revolution in this country, when it became clear as well that the strike wave had broken and that the labor movement was already beginning to decline. But it left a legacy. And the Red Scare's legacy consisted of a number of precedents that had been set, a number of laws that had been passed and were later to be implemented. It also left an organizational legacy. For example, one of the most important institutional components of this anti-communist network was the American Legion, which had been organized right after World War I specifically to crack down on radicalism. Another sort of human legacy of the post-World War I Red Scare was J. Edgar Hoover, who got his start actually working in the Justice Department, helping to plan the Palmer raids. And his participation in the post-World War I Red Scare actually marked Hoover for life, because as he's organizing and collecting evidence to crack down on these radical groups, he's reading this wild rhetoric. He's encountering American communism at its most revolutionary moment. And that is the image of American communism that he's going to carry through from 1919 until his death in 1972. In other words, he's viewing American communism through this sort of post-World War I lens. The Palmer raids ended. The Red Scare dies down. American society begins to sort of enter the roaring 20s, when radicalism and anti-radicalism are not really major elements of American politics. And it's not really until the middle 1930s that we begin to see a much more heightened development of this anti-communist network. It's not until the mid-1930s that new groups begin to join the sort of proto-FBI, begin to join the police red squads, begin to join the patriotic organizations that had been pushing an anti-communist agenda. And these new groups that become assimilated to the anti-communist network are groups that develop in opposition to the CIO in particular, that develop in opposition to the labor organizing of the mid-1930s. And I think it's important for us to always keep in mind the central role that labor and opposition to the labor movement played in anti-radicalism, and that will continue to play in the McCarthy period. Because here are opponents of the CIO within the labor movement, especially the AFL. And it's important to realize that the AFL was a more conservative kind of a labor federation. It organized mainly white, English-speaking crafts workers, as opposed to the more ethnic, industrial, unskilled workers who were ordinarily the focus of CIO organizing. And you have a splintered labor movement in the 1930s whose right wing often becomes involved in red baiting and joins up with this anti-communist network that is beginning to grow alongside with the growth of the Communist Party. And another new element in the anti-communist network is a group of politicians who, in large part because of their opposition to the CIO and to the left, also become disillusioned with the New Deal and begin to attack the Roosevelt administration for quote-unquote, being soft on communism. We're going to look at these attacks on the Roosevelt administration in our next lecture, but it's important to realize that this kind of red baiting begins in the 1930s, and it begins among anti-communist businessmen, anti-labor businessmen. It begins among conservative politicians in both parties, both Republicans and Democrats, who are beginning to turn against Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal. And many of these people will become involved with the anti-communist network in one form or another. Another participant in the anti-communist network is the Catholic Church. Now, the Catholic Church had always been ideologically opposed to communism, to quote-unquote atheistic communism. And it's not really something that's new, except in the sense that it's a strand within American Catholicism, within world Catholicism, that intensifies in large part as a result of the Spanish Civil War, which is very strongly a movement of Catholics against anti-clericals in some respect. And by the late 1930s, the Catholic Church worldwide has openly declared war on communism, not just on the Soviet Union, but on communism as an ideology. And within the United States, in large part because so many members of the American working class were Catholic, were Italians, Irish, ethnic Americans, the Catholic opposition to American communism begins to center on the trade union movement. And you begin to get a number of Catholic priests who organize anti-communist movements within labor unions, who organize worker schools in which they will train Catholic workers in techniques of labor organizing, just as the American Communist Party was sort of training its own cadres. And the Catholics often quite consciously model these sort of worker projects on the Communist Party. They begin to train people as union organizers. They begin to train people in ways of combating communist influence within their unions, and they're very important. Another way in which the Catholic Church is going to become important to McCarthyism is that as an institution, it gives resources to support many ex-communist witnesses, many members of this sort of professional anti-communist network. It offers people who had once been communists a kind of psychological home. Many people originally had been Catholics. They, in a sense, reconvert, rejoin the church, and the church gives them not just psychological and spiritual support, but financial support as well. The Catholic Bishop of Boston, for example, gives a monthly stipend to one of the most important ex-communist members of this network, a man named Louis Boudens, who had been the former managing editor of the Communist Party's newspaper until he leaves the party after World War II. And the church is supporting him. The church gives him not just a stipend, but a job in a Catholic college. Louis Boudens is another very important example of an absolutely crucial branch of this anti-communist network. And that is the former communists and other former left-wingers who, over the course of the Communist Party's sort of schismatic and very sectarian history, become disillusioned with the party, are kicked out of the party for one reason or another, and begin to make a journey from communism to anti-communism. We see from the beginning, for example, members of the Socialist Party, not all the members of the Socialist Party, but many of them who, after all, were competing with the Communist Party from the beginning of its existence for members. And the right wing of the American Socialist Party becomes increasingly more focused on its opposition to communism. It publishes magazines, it offers assistance to other members of the anti-communist network. But probably the most valuable members of that network are the ex-communists themselves. People like Trotskyites, people like Louis Boudens, who left the party. And they're very important because they have what none of the other members of this anti-communist network have. They have expertise. They know what communists believe in. They know who communists are. These are people who've been, as it were, in the belly of the beast, and their testimony has incredible value because they're speaking from their own experience. And these people often ended up sort of shaping the understanding of American communism that the rest of the country had. They did it through writing books, they did it through testifying before committees, they did it through writing articles, through giving testimony in major political trials, and they really shape the understanding of communism that the rest of the country has. The final group that joins this anti-communist network are liberals, and they're very important here. As we've seen in the previous lecture, the liberals broke with the Communist Party at the time of the Nazi-Soviet Pact. The Popular Front alliance against Nazi Germany began to fall apart at that time. And interestingly enough, many liberals had already become disillusioned with the communists. They were disillusioned with their sort of disciplined way of dealing with things. They were upset about what was going on within the Soviet Union. And so by the time of the Nazi-Soviet Pact, especially by the beginning of the Cold War, most American liberals were no longer willing to protect communists against the anti-communist network. As a result, by the end of the 1930s, the anti-communist network is already in place, and it's already begun to create the machinery that is going to carry out the McCarthy-era political repression. The members of this anti-communist network, and remember, it's journalists, it's FBI agents, it's politicians, it's ex-communists. These are people who are ultimately going to be organizing the blacklists. They're going to become members of the congressional committee staffs. They're going to be supplying information to journalists and politicians. And they're really going to become the sort of key architects of the purges of the McCarthy era. And one aspect of this anti-communist network that made it so effective was its diversity, was the fact that there were liberal anti-communists, Catholic anti-communists, conservative anti-communists, business anti-communists, FBI anti-communists. In other words, that it spanned so many different sections of American society and was not, although largely conservative in its political outlook, was not entirely conservative. And therefore was able to make anti-communism a kind of mainstream movement. Finally, and we'll see this time and again as we explore the development of the McCarthy-era political repression, these people collaborated. They shared information, they helped each other get jobs in publishers, and they really worked together to develop a kind of overall mechanism that, as we're going to see in our next lecture, begins to develop during the Roosevelt administration and is already in place at the time the Cold War makes anti-communism no longer a sort of marginal concern, but the main political force within American life.
After listening to Lecture 3, a student posed this question to Professor Schrecker. Was the communist movement always so fractured? Let's listen to the professor's response.
The communist movement, both within the Soviet Union and the United States, was always being splintered and split by internal struggles. The most important of those struggles occurred in the late 1920s as a result of a succession crisis within the Soviet Union. Lenin, the founder of Soviet communism, had died in the mid-1920s, and his main heirs fought among themselves. In particular, Leon Trotsky fought against Joseph Stalin for leadership of the world communist movement in the Soviet Union. And American communists and communists throughout the world took sides. And after Stalin wins, those supporters of Trotsky are kicked out of the communist movement, and over time, at least within this country, become allied with that anti-communist network and become a very important source, especially of a kind of intellectual ammunition for American anti-communism. Both communism and anti-communism, as we're beginning to see during the course of these lectures, were in a funny way mirror images of each other. And just as American anti-communists viewed communists as vermin, as a cancer that needed to be eradicated, you get similar positions on the part of communists as well. And throughout the McCarthy era, actually, you begin to get many critics of sort of the most virulent forms of McCarthyism recognizing this fact and really becoming concerned about the fact that maybe McCarthyism is taking on too many aspects of the sort of totalitarian elements of Soviet communism. So you do see a kind of mirroring here on both sides of the ideological divide.
This ends Lecture 3. American Inquisition, Lecture 4. The Rehearsal for McCarthyism. Anti-communism and political repression before the Cold War.
Up until now, we've been looking at some of the components that are going to produce the anti-communist repression of the Cold War. The communists, the anti-communists, and some American traditions that seem to have produced a lot of both repressive and revolutionary ideas. We're now going to be looking at what I like to call the rehearsal for McCarthyism. A movement, not a strong movement necessarily, but an important movement that during the 1930s created a number of the precursors that were to flower once the Cold War begins and produce that wave of political repression we now call McCarthyism. As we've already seen, anti-communism was a growing force in the United States before the Cold War began. It revived during the 1930s as a result of some of the labor movement organizing in the mass production industries, in the steel industry and the automobile industry. It revived in response to sit-down strikes, in response to a lot of labor unrest. And it took the form that we're going to become so familiar with. It took the form of laws, it took the form of investigations. And what we see in the 1930s is this sort of early exercise of the machinery of political repression at a time before the Cold War made it absolutely central to American politics. Certainly in the immediate aftermath of the Nazi-Soviet pact that we looked at last time, anti-communism does become a much stronger element in American politics. And by the time the United States enters into World War II, most historians are convinced that the country was on the verge of a major Red Scare. It was averted, as we've seen, by the German invasion of Soviet Union and the transformation of Russia into an American ally. But the underlying structures were there. And in this lecture, I'd like us to look in much more detail at that moment in the late 1930s and early 40s when the country seems poised for McCarthyism, when it seems just about on the verge of unleashing a wave of anti-communist political repression and then pulls back. And I'm going to be looking at some of the elements of that earlier rehearsal for McCarthyism, as it were, that existed in the 1930s, and looking as well at the role of the Roosevelt administration, whose attitude toward communism and anti-communism was very crucial, but was very fluid. As we'll see, Roosevelt, much as Truman later on, was both somebody who could behave in a repressive manner, and at the same time was somebody who was being targeted by the anti-communists. I'd like to begin, however, not by looking at Roosevelt, not even by looking at some of the major red baiters like J. Edgar Hoover, but at a man named Morris Shappies. In 1940, Morris Shappies went to jail. He went to jail because he was convicted of perjury for having told a New York State Legislative Investigating Committee, a committee that was called the Rapp-Kuder Committee, that there were only 3 members of the Communist Party at the City College of New York, at CCNY. These 3 people were him, and somebody who'd left town, and the 3rd member was somebody who'd been killed in the Spanish Civil War. Given the fact that the Communist Party actually had a rather active unit on the campus of City College, and probably about 40 or 50 professors were involved with it, Morris Shappies' lack of veracity was pretty obvious, and he was fairly quickly sent to jail for perjury. His case, in many respects, shows us many of the elements of McCarthyism, and shows us as well that many of these elements had been developed in the years before the Cold War and before the rise of Joseph McCarthy. In fact, Shappies' case shows us in particular the 2-stage nature of this political repression that we already looked at. Because Shappies is first fingered by a legislative investigating committee. He goes to jail. He's punished by the state, but he also loses his job. And he's not alone. About 30 other New York City College teachers were fired during the course of the Rapp-Kuder hearings. The legal reasoning was that they were guilty of conduct unbecoming a gentleman. But clearly, the real reason was because they were communists, which they were. And in many instances, what we're also seeing is the development of a sort of cadre of anti-communists, because the Rapp-Kuder Committee didn't quite finish its investigations, and the New York City higher education authorities didn't quite get rid of all the alleged communists in the city universities before Pearl Harbor. There were still some of these people around. And so in 1951 and 52, under different auspices, Rapp-Kuder returned. Now it was being run by a Senate committee, but the witnesses were the same, the staff committee members were the same, and what we're really seeing here is a kind of first act of McCarthyism that took place in New York City in 1940. Many of the techniques that were used during the Rapcuder Committee had already been pioneered earlier in the 1930s. There had been other legislative investigations, and we're going to look at them. Many of the measures that were used against communists during this rehearsal for McCarthyism, as it were really left over from the post-World War I Red Scare that we were looking at earlier. There were a number of anti-subversive measures on the books. There were a lot of laws, both at the state and national level. Many of them dealt with education in particular. There were reasons why they dealt with education. Teachers tended to be intellectuals. Sometimes they tended to be left-wingers. Also, education was one of the few responsibilities that was normally in the hands of states and local governments. So that whereas a New York City investigation or a New York State investigation couldn't look at communists in the State Department, it could certainly look at communists in City College. So that we will see throughout the McCarthy period, and obviously even in the period leading up to the McCarthy period, that education, both at the secondary and at the higher levels, college levels, was a important target, and it's an important target because it's one of the few targets that's accessible to local politicians. And so many states actually had lots of laws dealing with education, lots of loyalty oaths for teachers in particular. Probably up to 2/3 of the states had some kind of a loyalty oath in place for teachers. Another target of some of these earlier investigations were immigrants. Immigrants, as we've seen, have fewer rights than citizens. This is because a late 19th century Supreme Court decision ruled that deportation was not a criminal proceeding, so that the whole Bill of Rights guarantee of fair trials, of jury trials, of freedom from cruel and unusual punishment doesn't hold for immigrants facing deportation. They're not criminals. They're something else. And so the Constitution allows them, for example, to be incarcerated indefinitely. And during the 1930s, as tensions rise because of industrial unrest, because of the sort of imminence of World War II, immigrants tended to be targeted very heavily. To the extent that, as one congressman noted, as Congress was about to pass a very restrictive piece of legislation, he said, you know, if you took the Ten Commandments and claimed this was a law regulating immigration, you could throw it out. There were also congressional investigations during this period, during the 1930s, congressional investigations that hinted at some of the future proceedings that would become so characteristic and widespread during the McCarthy era. Probably the most famous was the so-called Fish Committee, which was run by a congressman from New York State named Hamilton Fish, who had also been one of the founding leaders of the American Legion. So we see here the confluence of these sort of right-wing patriotic organizations with congressional committees, part of this anti-communist network that we've been looking at earlier. And Fish begins to look at the role of communists in American society. He doesn't run a particularly focused investigation. Many of his witnesses are, dare I say it, kooks, who have their own little hobby horses to ride. But many of them are people who we will see yet again later on in the 1930s and during the Cold War as well, people who began to specialize in the field of anti-communism, conservative labor leaders who were becoming upset with communist union organizers and the sort of early appearance of the CIO. But Fish never really found very strong evidence of communist penetration in any major institutions, and his committee's investigations sort of fizzled away. Perhaps this was also because this wasn't yet a period in which the Communist Party was very active. He had been investigating in 1930, and it's not really until after about 1936 that anti-communism becomes central to the political agenda here. Part of the reason for the growth of anti-communism is, of course, the growth of opposition to the Roosevelt administration. The Roosevelt administration plays a funny role here, by the way. Roosevelt himself is one of the great heroes of the American left in many respects, but the man was not a civil libertarian. He really just plain didn't care one way or another about civil liberties. He was a politician, he was an opportunist, and he sort of went with whatever the prevailing wind was, though sort of possessed of a kind of strong sympathy for the underdog, certainly. He was not opposed to implementing political repression if that was what the particular political situation called for. For example, he was probably as responsible as anybody for expanding the powers of the FBI. He and J. Edgar Hoover hit it off beautifully. Hoover would come in and sort of give Roosevelt little tidbits of information that he had gleaned about Roosevelt's political enemies, and Roosevelt just loved it and pretty much gave Hoover almost anything he wanted. Hoover reciprocated and did whatever Roosevelt asked him to do. And as we'll see when we look much more closely at that crucial institution, the FBI, Roosevelt really, in a sense, let the genie out of the bottle, because until about 1936, the FBI was really pretty narrowly limited in what it could investigate, what kinds of files it could collect, what kinds of processes, what kinds of surveillance techniques it could use. And Roosevelt, over time, began to allow Hoover to do more and more things like wiretap, again, limited, but nonetheless more expanded than the FBI had been able to do before. He begins to give Hoover much more jurisdiction over counterintelligence, over surveillance of Nazi and fascist groups. He gives him more ability to investigate communism. Largely, of course, because this is a moment of international tension as the world is gearing up for World War II. And Roosevelt is expanding Hoover's powers in the name of national security. And we'll come back and look a little bit later at some of the other ways in which political repression sort of sneaks into American politics under the guise of national security. One problem that Roosevelt had was that by 1938, he has pretty much lost control of Congress. And his administration is really on the defensive from about 1937, 1938 on. This is in part because the sort of unexpected recession of 1937 and 1938 destroys a lot of confidence in Roosevelt's economic program. It's also because there's a lot of opposition to his so-called court packing plan, and also because of the failure of Roosevelt's attempt to purge his own Democratic Party of its most conservative members. He had been actually interfering with a number of primary campaigns against a group of conservative Democrats, totally failed and managed, for some funny reason, to have created a lot of new enemies within the Senate in particular. So that Roosevelt is confronting a Congress that is really, although ostensibly still a Democratic Congress, really in the hands of a coalition of conservative Southern Democrats and Republicans, and one that is going to begin to use anti-communism against many elements of the New Deal administration. In particular, what it's going to do is bring up a sort of what we can call a communist in government scenario. And this is a set of charges that Roosevelt and the New Deal administration are, quote unquote, soft on communism. This communist in government scenario is going to become extraordinarily powerful during the McCarthy period, but it really began much earlier, in the late 1930s, as a kind of weapon in the hands of conservatives, both Southern Democrats and Republicans, who are antagonistic to what they believe was Roosevelt's support for the CIO and for labor union organizing. And they claim that this support is the result of communist influence. And they have evidence. It turns out that within the National Labor Relations Board, some of whose rulings these conservatives are very upset about, there were a few Communist Party members. So that these charges, and it's very important to remember this when we look a little bit later at the McCarthy period, these charges did have some element of truth. There were communists within New Deal agencies that dealt with labor issues. They didn't sort of run the whole New Deal, but they're there, and clearly they weren't trying to overthrow the government in the late 1930s. They were probably just trying to help labor unions become organized. Another charge that surfaced as the coalition of conservatives in Congress began to attack the Roosevelt administration for coddling communists, as it were, was the charge that the administration, and in particular the Department of Labor, which then housed the Immigration and Naturalization Service, was not acting strongly enough to deport dangerous radicals. And here they zeroed in on a man named Harry Bridges, who was an important West Coast labor leader. He was the leader of the Longshoremen's Union. And Bridges had been born in Australia, so that the opposition to Bridges and to the radical labor movement that he exemplified coalesced in a demand for his deportation. And a lot of pressure was put on the Labor Department and on the immigration authorities to deport him. And they tried. Oh, they tried very hard. And they got witnesses and they held hearings and they had deportation orders. And Bridges and his lawyers fought back and kept winning, because the government really didn't have any hard evidence to back up its charges against Bridges. We now know, thanks to Soviet documents, that in fact Bridges was a Communist Party member. But even so, it was by no means clear that being a member of the Communist Party was grounds for deportation. Still, the anti-communists in Congress and outside were pressing the Roosevelt administration to get rid of Bridges in one way or another. And in fact, there was even a measure in Congress calling for the impeachment of the Secretary of Labor, a woman named Frances Perkins. Another element, another aspect of this conservative attack on the Roosevelt administration emerges with the organization of the House Un-American Activities Committee. This is, as we shall see, the sort of key congressional committee of the McCarthy era. And it began in 1938 largely as a measure to look into both Nazi anti-Americanism as well as left-wing anti-Americanism. But quickly, under the leadership of a Texas conservative named Martin Dies, it begins to focus on the New Deal, on the quote-unquote infiltration of communists in the labor movement, and on some New Deal agencies. Roosevelt and many members of his cabinet are very hostile to HUAC, but they can't get rid of it. It's very popular. Congress repeatedly votes its budget through votes to reauthorize it. It's just a temporary committee until 1945, but it gets a lot of at least superficial support. What's interesting is that the Nazi-Soviet pact leads to a change within the Roosevelt administration. Whereas up until the summer of 1939, Roosevelt didn't care much one way or another about communists. After the Nazi-Soviet pact, he's become much more concerned about national security, and he begins to see communism as an issue involving security, especially with regard to a number of strikes that took place in defense industries, especially in a number of aircraft plants that had been led by presumably Communist Party members. And so you see for the first time the federal government at the highest level really beginning to crack down. Guess what? The Labor Department tries yet again to deport Harry Bridges. It throws the leader of the Communist Party, a man named Earl Browder, in jail for a very minor passport violation that up until 1939 it's had long overlooked. And the government is really, in a sense, preparing sort of for a major onslaught against the Communist Party. Congress is as well, and Congress begins to pass a number of laws that are going to make it easier to crack down on communists. There's an amendment to something called the Hatch Act, which regulates federal employees that authorizes the investigation of federal employees by the FBI, specifically with regard to communism as well as Nazism and fascism. There's also the passage in 1940 of the Smith Act, which will make it a federal crime to teach and advocate the overthrow of the government by force and violence. And as you may remember, this is the very act under which Junius Scales was sent to prison in 1961. On the local level as well, there's a crackdown against the Communist Party and against individual communists. Local district attorneys are beginning to prosecute people for things like disorderly conduct in the circulation of Communist Party petitions. There are local and state investigating committees. We've already seen the Rapp-Kuder Committee crack down against communist professors in the city colleges of New York. California organizes a kind of miniature House Un-American Activities Committee, which again begins to look at communists in unions and in the film industry. And even within the world of liberal organizations, we begin to see some anti-communist movement here. A number of organizations, a number of labor unions, for example, pass what are called, quote-unquote, communazi resolutions. These are resolutions that bar from membership or bar from office in a particular organization members of communist or Nazi or totalitarian organizations. And although in many cases these are just words and are never enforced, in some instances they do in fact be enforced. And probably the most serious indication of the depth of anti-communism within the world of liberalism is the fact that the American Civil Liberties Union, the organization sort of entrusted with the protection of the Bill of Rights, kicks a woman named Elizabeth Gurley Flynn off its board for being a communist. Flynn had been one of the earliest founders of the ACLU, and yet in 1939 she had to go. In 1941, there's a reprise. This building up of anti-communist furor abates with the German invasion of the Soviet Union and the wartime alliance of the United States and the USSR. We've already seen the kind of hyper-patriotism with which the Communist Party itself threw itself into wartime activities. Yet the anti-communism that had been directed against it didn't completely disappear. The Dies Committee continued. Martin Dies throughout the war is red-baiting mercilessly. And within the military, there is a kind of discrimination against communists, especially against people who had fought with the Abraham Lincoln Brigade in the Spanish Civil War. The assumption was that these people were communists. They were also, of course, among the few American citizens who'd had combat experience against Germans. But during the war, many of these people were prevented from serving in the American military, or they'd be in military units. Their unit would be shipped over to Europe or to the Pacific, and these two Spanish Civil War veterans would be kept back in the United States. So there was, in certain parts of the American government, there was a lingering anti-communism that still continued. But most of the time there was, at least with regard to the American Communist Party, a kind of toleration and a kind of time out, as it were, in the growing movement toward McCarthyism. At the same time, of course, there was a lot of repression directed against other types of dissenters. Wartime is often a moment at which repression peaks. And World War II, although nowhere near as repressive as the First World War, nonetheless did have some incidents of repression that clearly set precedents for the later McCarthy era. There were, for example, 2 Smith Act prosecutions during World War II. The first was against the Trotskyists, the second against the Nazis. And the American Communist Party supported both of them, little realizing that the third Smith Act prosecution would be directed against itself. The Communist Party also supported the Japanese internment. Again, this was something that set precedents in the sense that even the Supreme Court went along with the Japanese internment on the grounds that it was necessary for national security. This, of course, was a precedent that would be returned to time and time again during the Cold War political repression. And finally, World War II allowed the FBI to expand enormously and to infiltrate many more sectors of American society. In our next lecture, we're going to be looking at the return of these repressive elements that had been submerged during the resurgence of the Popular Front during World War II, and we'll be looking in particular at the way in which the federal government began to implement a loyalty security program designed to get rid of communists and their allies within the government.
After listening to Lecture 4, a student posed this question to Professor Schrecker. Why was the Smith Act so important? Let's listen to the professor's response.
The Smith Act was important because for the first time it focused not on actual deeds, not on the issue of whether communists were building bombs, and they certainly weren't. The Communist Party abjured violence and in fact, had a clause in its constitution expelling any of its party members who were involved with violence. But what the Smith Act did that was unusual was it made teaching about and advocating illegal. This is speech, and the Smith Act was perceived from the start to be a major violation of the First Amendment's right of free speech and association.
This ends Lecture 4. Remember to visit this course's webpage at www.modernscholar.com, where you'll find additional information about the lectures you just heard. American Inquisition, Lecture 5. The Cold War Comes to Washington. Communism, Anti-Communism, and the Truman Administration's Loyalty Security Program.
In our last lecture, we looked at the build-up toward McCarthyism, the so-called rehearsal for McCarthyism that took place during the late 1930s and 40s when a lot of the ideology and mechanism and programs that would return during the Cold War began to develop. In this lecture, we're going to look at one of the most important aspects of that Cold War repression, the federal government's loyalty security program, a program designed to eliminate communists from the federal payroll that was proclaimed by a presidential executive order in March 1947. Many historians believe that this may have been the single most important moment in the history of McCarthyism, that this program was perhaps the single most important element in legitimizing the kinds of political tests for employment that were absolutely central to the functioning of McCarthyism and anti-communist political repression. The loyalty security program is important in other ways as well. It was largely designed by the FBI, and many of its features that were immediately criticized for creating injustice, were designed to accommodate FBI procedures and not necessarily to protect the workers who were being investigated. This program is also important because it created a kind of template that other local governments, other private institutions could copy, that it became a kind of prototype for all other kinds of loyalty security programs that spread like wildfire throughout American society during the 1940s and 50s. But let's step back a minute to the moment at which the United States and the Soviet Union were still allied at the end of World War II. A moment when it was by no means clear that there was going to be a Cold War, that there was going to be a purge of domestic communists, a moment that many historians sort of see as a moment at which the American system might have been open to different kinds of political forces, that there might have been, for example, national health insurance, that there might have been some kind of international agreement to share atomic energy, when there might have been some alternative to the Cold War. That moment ended fairly quickly. The Truman administration, by the beginning of 1946, was really pretty much in a Cold War groove, in a mindset that viewed the Soviet Union as an enemy. And as the American government began to act on that perception, the Soviet Union kind of mirrored that and also began to behave in a more somewhat paranoid manner. As a result, the Cold War intensified, and it began to move domestic anti-communism from the margins of American politics into the center. And it began to do so in large part because this conflict with the Soviet Union had made communism, for the first time, a central issue of national security. In other words, during the early Cold War, American communism began to be seen as a serious threat to the United States. And it was a very specific threat. That threat encompassed three different elements, as it were. One threat was espionage. There was a fear that men and women whose loyalty was essentially to the Soviet Union, with jobs in the United States government, would give information to the Russians. We now know, thanks to Venona and thanks to sort of other Soviet documents, that in fact this occurred. It was a threat. How great a threat it was, we're going to be looking at in one of our later lectures. But certainly it was something that no government could ignore. Another threat was that of sabotage. Here, we're not looking so much at sort of individual communists who might blow up power plants or poison a city's water supply, as much as a concern that was evidenced from the early Nazi-Soviet Pact days as well, that communists in positions of influence within labor unions might call political strikes at moments of national crisis. And again, there is a smidgen, just a smidgen, of truth here. There were communists in positions of power in a few unions that during the Nazi-Soviet Pact period did go out on strike. They went out on strike not because they were supporting the Soviet Union, but because they wanted higher wages and union representation. But anti-communists within the government picked up on these strikes and use them as evidence to crack down on left-wing labor unions after World War II. The final threat was that of subversion. This is a threat that really didn't exist. American communists were not on the verge of a revolution. They never even thought in those terms. Revolution was something, I guess, like heaven. It was going to happen after they died. They expected it eventually, but it was a theoretical concept, not something that they were planning, not something that they were working on, and not something that had even the remotest chance of success. The United States was much too popular a government to ever be concerned about a revolutionary threat. Later on, during the McCarthy period, the concept of subversion was transformed a little bit, and conservatives attacked the Truman administration for its quote-unquote loss of China, and claimed that communists within the State Department had subverted American foreign policy in such a way that the Chinese Communist Party was able to take over China. Again, it was a fantasy charge, as so many of these conceptualizations with regard to the danger of communism was. But it was one, again, that had little teeny smidgens of truth that therefore made it credible at a time when people were looking for some easy answers. But I don't think that Harry Truman was worried about espionage, sabotage, and subversion in March 1947 when he handed down his executive order, number 9835, that established the federal government's loyalty security program. The goal of this program was to eliminate communists from federal employment. But in fact, the Truman administration had been quietly shoving communists and sort of left-wing dissenters out of the government for at least a year, if not longer. And it's very clear that the announcement of the loyalty security program owed a great deal more to the Republican Party than the Communist Party. Um, it was, in short, a response to increasing political pressure on the Truman administration from politicians who were pushing the issue of communists in government, who were using red baiting as a way to attack Harry Truman and the New Deal administration. This was an issue that had been around. It had been around during World War II when Martin Dies, the first chair of the House Un-American Activities Committee, was pressing the Roosevelt administration to clean house, to get rid of communists in government. And he, in fact, submitted a list of over 1,000 federal employees who he said had to be checked out for political reasons. Truman was also responding to a report that had been submitted by the House Civil Service Committee, which was also, by the middle of 1946, beginning to look at this communist in government issue. And it had a three-man subcommittee that looked at federal programs, talked about various new kinds of laws, new kinds of procedures, and then recommended that the Truman administration itself set up a commission to study the issue and implement its own program. Truman ignored it. He really thought that this issue of communists in government was, to use his language, a bugaboo. He was a very earthy fellow, and he thought it was much inflated for political reasons, which I think it was. Nonetheless, in November 1946, the Republicans won the congressional election and therefore were in control of Congress. And all of a sudden, Truman realized that if he didn't do something, if he didn't appoint his own commission to look into the loyalty of federal employees, the new Congress, which was dominated by conservative Republicans and Southern Democrats, was going to do it for him, and that they would probably design a program that was much more repressive than anything his own administration could do. There was pressure as well from the FBI. The FBI was eager for a new loyalty security program. It was looking for a new mission. World War II had ended, and it was entirely possible that the enormous growth that had occurred during the war would be cut back, that the FBI would lose personnel, lose budget, if it didn't have some kind of new mission. And so Hoover was not only hyping the menace of communism, which required the trained professionals of the FBI to look into. And so, as a combination of all these pressures, a few weeks after the 1946 election, Harry Truman appoints a temporary presidential commission to examine employee loyalty. The FBI is especially influential on this committee. J. Edgar Hoover, back in the summer of 1946, had actually figured out who he wanted to chair that committee. He managed to get his candidate the job. He was a man by the name of A. Devitt Vinetch, a not too distinguished Justice Department employee who was clearly programmed to carry out J. Edgar Hoover's agenda. And the program that this temporary commission designed reflected the priorities of the FBI. The program made Communist Party membership grounds for dismissal. The problem here was that membership in the Communist Party was secret. As we've already seen, the party sort of saw itself as a partially clandestine organization, and communists themselves did not flaunt their political affiliation in public. So the real issue here, and the problem The issue that created enormous potential for abuse was that of identifying people as members of the Communist Party. The government employed what came to be called the duck test. Somebody quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, and waddles like a duck, well, then that person is probably a waterfowl of the appropriate type. The duck test that got inserted into the loyalty security program was that of identifying people through their membership in the so-called front organizations. And I quote here from the loyalty security program itself, membership in affiliation with, or, and here's the kicker, sympathetic association with one of these organizations was also grounds for dismissal. Now, what's sympathetic association? It turned out that could be having a father who had an insurance policy put out by the International Workers' Organization. And as you can imagine, there was an enormous potential here for abuse. The loyalty security program also contained provisions for listing these organizations and required the Attorney General to draw up a list of them, which later became known as, quote, the Attorney General's list, and became a kind of political test that could be used by all manner of other groups, not just the federal government, but private employers, the military. It got a lot of circulation, and needless to say, was not exactly designed to increase membership in any of the groups that were listed on it. The procedures that were used to implement the loyalty security program, again, tended to reflect the practices of the FBI. The way the program worked initially was that every single employee and later applicant for a job in the federal government had to undergo a preliminary name check. In other words, that person's name was run through the files, not just of the FBI, but of local police organizations, the House Un-American Activities Committee, military intelligence. If any of these organizations discovered any quote-unquote derogatory information about that person, the FBI would then mount a full field investigation, interview associates of that person, dig around in its files, and do a full workup. If that investigation turned up quote-unquote reasonable grounds for suspecting that person's loyalty, he or she would lose his job. There were problems here. Actually, there were enormous problems here. In the first place, often many of the charges that surfaced during the FBI's investigation came from its undercover informants or came in some other secret way. And the FBI also came perhaps from the FBI's illegal break-ins into Communist Party headquarters or the headquarters of some of these front groups. And so for obvious reasons, the FBI was adamant about protecting the source of its information. It didn't want to uncover the identities of its undercover informants in the Communist Party, and it certainly didn't want to let on that it had illegally burglarized the offices of the Communist Party or one of its affiliated organizations. So what this meant was that even though there was an opportunity for federal employees who were being charged with disloyalty to appeal their dismissals, they could never confront their accusers. They had no way of knowing who was accusing them of what. They didn't know whether it was the ex-wife of a jealous lover, whether it was a case of mistaken identity, which was often the case. This information that was being used against them, there was no way that they could sort of get a handle on it. And from the start, it was conceded that this was a source of considerable injustice. When people appealed their designation, they often succeeded. But these appeals were hard. They were time-consuming. Often it was really very demeaning and demoralizing to be charged with being disloyal to the government. It was often expensive. You had to hire a lawyer. You often had to travel around to get counter evidence. And so many of the people who were being confronted with these charges simply resigned from their jobs. The overwhelming majority of them did. Later on, the program becomes even more rigorous. To begin with, the criteria for dismissal change. In other words, it's no longer, as it was originally, reasonable grounds for questioning somebody's loyalty. It was now reasonable doubt. In other words, if you even suspected that somebody was disloyal and somebody said they were, that person could be out. Later on, under Eisenhower, the government begins to emphasize security rather than loyalty. It's an easier kind of a charge to make stick, and security could encompass not just somebody's loyalty to the government, but somebody's drinking problem or somebody's homosexuality, which might open them up to blackmail in those days. And what began to happen was that people who had managed to clear themselves in one set of hearings began to be charged again. A second set of charges would be devised, often encompassing the first set as well. And some particularly sensitive individuals had as many as 6 hearings before they lost their jobs. Again, and this is a very important aspect of the McCarthy period, recourse to the courts was useless. The Supreme Court usually ducked the issue, cited national security, and allowed many of these abuses to continue, the most serious one being these unnamed informants who apparently could get away with anything. Another problem that the loyalty security program faced was that it was being implemented by a fairly politically conservative group of security officials. After all, the kinds of people who would go into this line of work tended to be fairly authoritarian personality types. And they were people who, at a time of great political uncertainty and turmoil, were certainly going to play it safe. There was pressure on them not to clear communists, and so they tended to take a fairly hard line. Again, it's hard here to make generalizations. Each federal agency had its own loyalty security program. Some were more lenient than others, and the implementation of the loyalty security program really varied from one agency to another. The one that was most brutal, in fact, was the post office. Not exactly a sort of den of subversion, you would think, but relatively many, many more postal workers were dismissed under the loyalty security program than, say, for example, foreign service workers in the far more sensitive State Department. And one of the things that was clearly a problem with the loyalty security program from the start was the fact that many of the workers who got in trouble had jobs that had absolutely no connection whatsoever to national security. One case that went all the way up to the Supreme Court, for example, was that of a man who was an inspector for the Food and Drug Administration, whose job was to check on sanitation in New York City restaurants. And, was there evidence of insects or rat feces? That was his job. And he was fired, not because he was a communist, but because he had belonged to a left-wing hiking club that tramped around the Catskills. Well, this case got all the way to the Supreme Court, at which point the Supreme Court said, wait a minute. This doesn't have to do with national security. Let's go back and revisit some of these criteria. And from that point on, the loyalty security program does begin to ease up. But we're talking 1956, 1957. We've had an entire decade during which a very stringent set of political criteria have been imposed on federal employees with some very serious consequences, both for the federal government and the rest of the country. Because remember, this is a program that is going to be widely copied throughout the nation. And what this program did was really focus not just on communism in many cases, not just on membership in one of these front organizations, but on almost any type of left or liberal political activity. In particular, it focused on people who were active in a group of left-wing labor unions, one of which was very active within organizing federal workers, so that there was a kind of no-win situation here. If you were active in your union, you were automatically a candidate for losing your job. Sometimes the connection was much more distant if your father had been active. And one person I remember reading a case in which a person had lost his job because he sublet his apartment to somebody who was suspect. Clearly, this was a program which had gotten completely out of control in many instances. And when we look at what its impact was, what its consequences were, it's important to realize that it probably wasn't necessary in the first place. By the time it was implemented, the beginning of 1947, it's pretty clear that most people who were associated with the Communist Party had been eased out of the government. In fact, we have evidence from the Soviet archives that the KGB in the beginning of 1951 was complaining that it had no agents whatsoever in important government departments like the State Department, and that it really had no good information at all. The resident KGB agent was in fact reduced to getting most of his information from the New York Times. At the same time, the loyalty security program hurt the government itself. It certainly discouraged people who were active politically, who were afraid that they might get into trouble, who were creative, from joining the government. It encouraged a kind of timidity throughout the bureaucracy, as we shall see, especially in the State Department, where it had very deleterious effects on the nation's foreign policy. And another consequence was the spread of this program throughout a lot of private and public institutions, and we'll look at that a little bit later. Finally, the loyalty security program didn't work. It didn't protect the Truman administration from charges that it was harboring communists or that it was soft on Reds, and it gave enormous leeway to the FBI for implementing a very, very drastic set of practices that had enormous repercussions throughout American society. And in our next lecture, we're going to be looking at that organization in a lot more detail, looking at, as it were, the key institution that implemented many of the anti-communist purges, the FBI.
This ends Lecture 5. American Inquisition, Lecture 6. The Orchestra Leader, J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI, and the Machinery of McCarthyism.
In our last lecture, we looked at the federal government's loyalty security program, arguably the single most important episode in the development of McCarthyism in Cold War America. In this lecture, let's look at the single most important individual, J. Edgar Hoover, a man for whom, if we had known in the 1950s what we discovered when FBI files were released in the 1970s, we certainly would have called McCarthyism Hooverism, because J. Edgar Hoover was clearly that individual who had the most power in developing the internal security regime within the United States. His organization, the FBI, was really a one-man show. Hoover was really in total control of the agency, and he and his assistants developed both the ideology that described the threat of communism, as well as the machinery that was used to repress it. He was, as I think I've noted, the leader of the band, the leader of the orchestra. He really did more than any single individual to create what we wrongly call McCarthyism. And so in this lecture, we're going to be looking at J. Edgar Hoover and how he and his FBI agents used the Cold War furor to carry out a dual agenda. It was an agenda that was directed toward the eradication of communist influence in the United States, and also, and just as important, it was an agenda that was designed to increase the power of the FBI. Let's begin by looking at the FBI as a culture, as an institution, and as a reflection of the, what shall we say, somewhat weird personality of its director. J. Edgar Hoover dominated the FBI from the moment he took command of it in 1924 until his death in 1972. Hoover was an unusual character, I guess is a charitable way to put it. He lived with his mother until his late 40s, never married, grew up in Washington, D.C., went to law school at night, and got his first job at the Library of Congress doing cataloging, which may very well explain his fascination with and cultivation of files throughout his career as FBI director. There are rumors that his private life was a little bit, what shall we say, deviant. We don't have any proof. He did, it is true, have breakfast every morning with his number 2 man in the bureau, a guy by the name of Clyde Tolson, and he and Tolson would take vacations together. Tolson left his wife at home. But Hoover's eccentricities really didn't, I think, affect the FBI as much as his political agenda. Admittedly, there was a kind of bureau culture, a very rigid bureau culture. FBI agents had a dress code that determined the color of their suit, the length of their hair, the color of their socks. I think they all had to wear white socks. They could be fired for living with women, not their wives. Believe me, there were no women female agents, just as there were no black agents. The FBI until the 1960s was lily white. And when Hoover was under pressure from the Kennedy administration at the height of the civil rights movement to begin to hire black agents, he simply changed the name of his African-American chauffeur's position to agent. Clearly, it was a very narrow and very rigid organization that, above all, was designed to carry out Hoover's orders and really reflected his priorities, not just in dress, but especially in politics. Hoover was, above all, a brilliant bureaucratic politician. His goal was to aggrandize the FBI, to increase its power, to increase its role within the federal government. And he was extraordinarily successful in this. He was amazingly untouchable in almost every way. Congress never turned down his requests for appropriation and usually, in fact, increased them. He managed to accumulate this power through a number of ways. As we've already seen, he cultivated powerful people. We've seen his relationship with Franklin Roosevelt. And though he never quite had that cozy relationship with any of Roosevelt's successors, nonetheless, he knew enough to cultivate powerful people. He was always sending tidbits over to the White House, always sending letters, and the files that I've seen in the Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower archives are full of these reports that J. Edgar Hoover is sending over. Not only presidents, but powerful senators and representatives, especially chairs of important committees, got the same kind of treatment. Hoover would often give them various kinds of assistance, lending them, say, for example, in one case I know, Joe McCarthy's wife was on a vacation in Hawaii and I think had an accident. And J. Edgar Hoover immediately sort of dispatched a FBI agent to sort of show her around and make her life easier. This was standard practice. Of course, he also delivered juicy little pieces from the FBI's files to these people for their amusement or perhaps for their political use. And then he also probably blackmailed them. Here we know that he had a set of files kept specially in his secretary's office that were burnt right after his death. And the assumption is, and the rumor is, that these were the files in which he had the blackmail information on people that he felt he needed to blackmail. Certainly he had that kind of information, we know, against John Kennedy. And there are lots of stories about Hoover, for example, getting records from Washington, D.C. police with whom he worked fairly closely about a senator who was involved in a minor traffic accident, slightly inebriated with a woman not his wife. And one of Hoover's assistants commented, "Well, we never had any trouble from that senator with our budget ever again." Hoover was also incredibly sensitive to the value of good public relations. He had a public relations staff that wrote hundreds of articles published under his name. He worked with movie studios, broadcast networks, radio first and then television, at producing shows that would show the FBI in a good light. And he really worked hard at cultivating the image of the FBI as a sort of all-powerful, all-knowing, red-blooded, gung-ho organization, this image of the G-man as the American hero. At the same time, he was also, and this is a sort of sign of his real brilliance, very concerned to win over liberals, to the man was really quite reactionary. He was something of a racist and anti-communist nut. But nonetheless, he really worked very hard at convincing liberals that the FBI was an apolitical organization that was thoroughly professional, that knew what it was doing, and that it never had any kind of political agenda. And he was extremely successful in this. He actually had a sort of professional liberal, a lawyer from New York named Morris Ernst, who was on the board of the ACLU, who was kind of a flack for him with the liberals. And whenever something would come out in the press that reflected badly on the FBI, Hoover might contact his pal Morris Ernst, and Morris Ernst would call around and then write an article saying why I'm a liberal and I love the FBI. And it was quite successful because what he would do is sort of say, look, there's Joe McCarthy out there who's running wild. There's HUAC out there that has its crazy agenda. But the FBI is a professional organization, and therefore we should be given more power to protect the government against domestic subversion. Hoover was very concerned about the Bureau's reputation. After all, if his liberal allies found out about the kinds of dirty tricks that the Bureau was up to, they might not flack for him any longer. So you see in FBI files, and I've read dozens of these, time and again Hoover or one of his top lieutenants would be saying something like, above all, make sure that nothing reflects badly on the Bureau's reputation. And he made an enormous effort here to cover up on the Bureau's dirty tricks, to make sure that the Bureau's files were quote-unquote sacrosanct, i.e. that no information about what the Bureau was really doing would get out to the public. He was fanatic about ensuring that if anybody criticized the Bureau, that person's reputation would be destroyed and that person's credibility would be questioned. So, for example, in the late 1940s, a left-wing lawyers organization, the National Lawyers Guild, produced a report about the FBI questioning some of Hoover's priorities. And what Hoover did was got some of his allies in Congress, including a young congressman named Richard Nixon, to put out a report red baiting the National Lawyers Guild. And he had this long report calling it, I forget what it was, the National Lawyers Guild, legal bastion of the Communist Party. Well, you know, Hoover had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but he was forever very concerned about other organizations intruding on his turf. He was particularly jealous of the CIA. And so, for example, in the 1940s and early 1950s, as the Venona documents, the Venona telegrams, are being decrypted and deciphered by units first within the military intelligence and then later the organization that became the National Security Agency, which dealt with electronic surveillance. The FBI was working with these code breakers, but they refused to tell the CIA about the operation. Venona was kept a complete secret. Central to that mission that the FBI had undertaken, besides simply gaining power, was the struggle against American communism. Hoover, after all, as we've already seen, was involved with the Palmer raids in 1919 and 1920. He was one of the key planners here, and he became obsessed by the kinds of radicals and the kind of radicalism that he encountered as he read these wildly revolutionary manifestos that had come out at the time of the Russian Revolution. And he really becomes obsessed with collecting evidence of left-wing groups, collects all kinds of things and puts them in the FBI's files, even though, and this is important, he had no jurisdiction to do that. This was not the FBI's mission whatsoever. Its mission was basically to investigate cases where the Justice Department was about to inaugurate a criminal prosecution and provide evidence for Justice Department lawyers to use in court. That was what the FBI was supposed to do. But J. Edgar Hoover wanted to keep communists and other left-wingers under surveillance. And so even when this was something he was expressly forbidden to do, he kept up doing it anyhow. And this is one of the things about J. Edgar Hoover that sort of lasts throughout our whole period, is that he was really sort of carrying on his own policy. Theoretically, he is a subordinate of the Attorney General. The FBI is located within the Justice Department, but J. Edgar Hoover goes it alone and often never even tells his ostensible superiors what he and his G-men were doing. Hoover's concern with the quote-unquote communist threat got the Bureau involved in what it considered an educational campaign to alert the American people to the dangers of communism, especially in the aftermath of World War II. Hoover and his lieutenants hoped to educate the American people about the dangers of domestic communism by essentially criminalizing communism, by instituting a number of cases, especially under the Smith Act, that would show that in one way or another, the Communist Party was an illegal organization. After all, in a nation of law-abiding citizens, the fact that somebody is being prosecuted as a criminal is a way of kind of targeting them, of branding them, of marginalizing them. And in the case of the Communist Party, criminal prosecutions were a way of providing evidence of the nature of the communist threat. So Hoover is often pushing his superiors in the Justice Department to inaugurate criminal trials, criminal cases against communists in the Communist Party. Now, most of what the FBI did in pursuit of its anti-communist agenda was completely legal, was completely routine. It was collecting evidence for Department of Justice prosecutors. It was running security checks. Nonetheless, there were restrictions on the kinds of evidence that could be used in court, restrictions about the use of evidence that had been obtained through wiretaps or without the proper search warrants or whatever. So Hoover and his men realized that if the FBI had to follow all of these legal guidelines, it wouldn't be able to really mount the kind of surveillance over communists that Hoover felt was necessary. So they did it illegally. And the FBI began to plant illegal wiretaps. It began to implement a whole range of undercover activities that it really had no business engaging in. At the same time, Hoover is pressing both legally and illegally to expand the Bureau's jurisdiction. We've already seen how he got involved in helping design the Loyalty Security Program, which was really a program that reflected FBI procedures more than anything else. He was also eager to get some kind of what we would call a Peacetime Sedition Act, an act that made certain kinds of political activities illegal, and to get some kind of legislation that would authorize a program of detention of suspected subversives during an emergency. This kind of program would then give him a legal basis for keeping tabs on suspected subversives, communists, people near the Communist Party or whatever. Now, actually, he was already doing this. He just didn't have any legal basis for it and was hiding it from his superiors in the Justice Department. But he did get legislation in 1950 in the passage of the so-called McCarran Act that allowed for the rounding up of presumed dangerous communist subversives in a time of emergency. And actually never followed that legislation because it didn't give him as much leeway as he was already using illegally. He had something called the Security Index, which kept tabs on 25,000 of the most dangerous communists. He also had other kinds of indexes, a quote-unquote communist index, and altogether, by the early 60s, the FBI was keeping files on more than 400,000 individuals and organizations. The FBI didn't operate in a vacuum, though, and it's important here to realize that Hoover had a lot of allies through which he often worked, people to whom he gave information. For example, there was something called the Responsibilities Program. It had been established in 1951 at the request of the governor of Illinois, a man named Adlai Stevenson, who was to become the Democratic Party's candidate for president in 1952 and 1956. And Stevenson was very worried about having communists or people who might be suspected of communism within the state government or as employees of the state. And so he came, along with a number of other governors, came to J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI and asked if please couldn't they give him information about the backgrounds of people who were suspicious. Hoover acceded and developed this program of secretly slipping information about state employees, often school teachers. I assume my sixth grade teacher, in fact, was one of these people. Slipping this information very secretly to state governors or university presidents or other people in positions of authority. Interestingly enough, one of the people to whom Hoover gave a lot of information, including about his daughter's boyfriends, was Governor Earl Warren of California, who later became one of the leading civil libertarians on the Supreme Court. Hoover also gave information to congressmen. He did this in part because he was very upset that the Truman administration was not firing the people that he had produced unfavorable reports on. And so he used other means to put pressure on the administration. He leaked information to selected journalists. He leaked information to businesses occasionally. Throughout, though, the emphasis was on deniability, on making sure that at no point did the recipients of this information ever let on that they had gotten it from the FBI. This secrecy was absolutely crucial because it was necessary to maintain the FBI's reputation. And in fact, the FBI was often not only keeping things secret from its superiors, but even rewriting its reports to cover up for its illegal activities. It planted unauthorized wiretaps. It did what were called black bag jobs. This secrecy was absolutely crucial because it was necessary to maintain the FBI's reputation. And in fact, the FBI was often not only keeping things secret from its superiors, but even rewriting its reports to cover up for its illegal activities. It planted unauthorized wiretaps. It did what were called black bag jobs. And these were simply break-ins in which the FBI would send many of its top agents. These were highly prestigious operations, and they would enter somebody's home, the offices of the Communist Party or of, say, the National Lawyers Guild, photograph the files, photograph the membership lists, and then leave. Another way in which the FBI got information was through informants. And it had hundreds of these people who it recruited to give information on the Communist Party. Often it used blackmail to get these people involved. Sometimes it was able to get former communists or people who were on the verge of leaving the Communist Party to stay in the party as informers, often using blackmail again, or else in some cases it would begin to recruit blacks, African Americans, because it knew that the party was very eager to appeal to African Americans, and so it took advantage of the party's sort of political correctness, as it were, to plant large numbers of informers. And in fact, within the party, it was always something of a joke that perhaps there were more members of the party in the FBI than anywhere else. In any event, there was a real concern here to cover up what was going on. You have time after time Hoover and his assistants talking about the quote-unquote sanctity of the files. This was hypocrisy. What they claimed was that they were trying to protect the civil rights of individuals, or that they were trying to protect their informer's identity, and therefore this was a matter of national security. What we now know is that it was really designed to conceal the Bureau's dirty tricks. And it was a concealment that really stretched even to doctoring the files and filing things away and concealing information from other members of the FBI. Ultimately, the goal of all these activities was to destroy the Communist Party. And the FBI focused in particular on criminalizing the party, on delegitimizing it in whatever way it could. By the mid-1950s, however, many of the criminal prosecutions of the McCarthy era were beginning to unravel. The Supreme Court finally began to show a little backbone here and began to reverse convictions. It began to reverse convictions when it became clear that some of the professional witnesses were lying about the testimony that they were giving. They began to reverse convictions when it became very clear that some of the evidence that was being used against people had been illegally obtained. And so the FBI embarks on a brand new program. No longer is it going to be collecting information to use in criminal proceedings in court. It's simply going to try to disrupt the Communist Party. And this new program called COINTELPRO, which in FBI speak is short for a counterintelligence program, was a program of dirty tricks in which FBI agents would send forged letters, or they would go around and get people fired, or they would plant what were called snitch jackets. I love this. Snitch jackets were sort of false evidence that somebody was an informer for the FBI, so that people in the Communist Party would get kicked out of the Communist Party on the basis of this fake FBI intelligence. It was designed, of course, to demoralize the party, and to a certain extent it did. Later on, the FBI begins to expand its COINTEL program against the civil rights movement, against the New Left, against the Ku Klux Klan, but it had originated in the late 1950s as a program designed to destroy and disrupt the Communist Party. And by the mid-1950s, the Communist Party is really no threat if it ever was. It's certainly no longer influential in American life. But did that stop Hoover? No. He remained obsessed with American communism long after the McCarthy era ended. And really, in a funny way, this obsession clearly damaged the efficiency and effectiveness of the FBI in all of its other missions, including protecting national security. In our next lecture, we're going to look at some of the ways in which that national security had not been protected. We're going to be looking in particular at some of the Soviet espionage that occurred during World War II, the way in which it was dealt with by the federal government, and what that espionage meant for the broader development of that anti-communist political repression we call McCarthyism.
This ends Lecture 6. If you borrowed this course from a public library and would like your own copy of the course guide for future reference, call Recorded Books at 1-800-636-3399 and we'll send you a free copy. A shipping charge will apply. American Inquisition, Lecture 7. Soviet Espionage and Internal Security. The Big Spy Cases and Their Political Impact.
In our last lecture, we looked at the FBI and J. Edgar Hoover and the way in which they shaped and created and operated the machinery of that anti-communist political repression we call McCarthyism. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at what was for the FBI, certainly, the main justification for many of its activities: Soviet espionage. We're going to be looking at what those spies did, what people thought they did, how they were uncovered, how the big espionage cases of the late 1940s and 50s contributed to the development of McCarthyism, and we'll assess the kinds of damage that that spying inflicted on American national security. Within the past few years, the American government has released a set of documents known as the Venona decrypts. These were telegrams sent between the KGB operators in the United States, primarily in New York City and Washington, back to their headquarters in Moscow. These telegrams had been intercepted by the American military intelligence agencies during World War II. They were in several different layers of decryption and codes. I'm not a professional in that area, but it apparently was extremely difficult to decipher these codes. And in fact, the codes would have been unbreakable, except for the fact that they were using what was known as one-time pads, whereby they had sort of random numbers and letters, and there would be one pad in the KGB's office in Washington and one in Moscow that were identical, and on a certain day, both offices would be using that pad to decode the messages, and then they'd throw them away. But during the war, the Soviets began to reuse these one-time pads, and so the codes, these Venona messages, were able to be deciphered. It took years. The American cryptographers began working on it during the war. They continued, and it wasn't really until 1948 and 1949 that they began to make sense and figure out what, in fact, these messages said. We still have not deciphered all the messages. I've seen the Venona telegrams. They're full of passages which say garbled or 10 sets undecipherable, things like that. So we don't have complete messages. Only a fairly small portion of this material has been deciphered and released. But and this is what's so important about it does confirm the fact that there was a considerable amount of Soviet espionage within the United States government. It confirms the testimony of some of the main witnesses of the McCarthy period. And it also shows that the Communist Party itself, the official Communist Party, was involved in recruiting people, in vetting their political reliability, and in assisting the Soviet Union in this project of espionage. What's interesting about Venona is that it was incredibly secret at the time. When the military agencies, and then later the organization known as the National Security Agency, which handles technical surveillance and technical counterintelligence operations, began to decipher these messages, they called in the FBI. And the FBI detailed a single agent to work with the Venona people, trying to help them sort of identify people because the FBI did have some information. This was an incredibly secret project. It was so secret, in fact, that the FBI did not inform the CIA about it until the 1950s, and it never informed President Truman. He was kept out of the loop completely. It was so secret, in fact, that the FBI refused to let it be used in criminal prosecutions. This is evidence that clearly would have convicted a large number of American espionage agents during the 1940s and 50s. But the FBI felt this material should not be released to the public during a trial. And so as a result, the government was willing to let certain prosecutions fail, not even prosecute some people, as we'll see later on in this lecture, because it didn't want to let on that it had these KGB telegrams and that it had cracked the Soviet code. This is a little strange because there was a Soviet agent inside the Venona project, a man by the name of William Weisband, who was working on the Venona materials, would go around the Venona office, which was in a sort of former girls' private school in Virginia, looking over people's shoulder, reading the latest, deciphering, and telling his pals back in Russia what he had seen. So that, in fact, it was not a secret from the Russians. The Russians also had other spies, as we'll see, within the British government who had very high-level connections with the FBI and CIA, and also probably told the Russians about Venona. But in any event, for reasons that still don't make a lot of sense, Venona was kept secret until the late 80s, early 90s, when it began to leak out, and was finally officially released in 1995. The other thing about Venona is that it only has decrypted KGB telegrams. There were other Soviet intelligence agencies involved in espionage in the United States, especially military intelligence, something called the GRU. And we don't have GRU files. We don't have them in Russia as well. And remember, some of the Venona stuff in the 1990s got confirmed by releases from the former Soviet archives, so that we now do know a lot more about Soviet espionage than we did at the time. Still, what's important as I tell you these stories about the Soviet spies and how they were uncovered and what happened with the espionage charges that were made, what's important about them is to remember the way in which they impacted on intensifying the political repression at that time and intensifying people's fears of the Soviet Union. There had been suspicions of Soviet espionage during World War II. These were never completely confirmed. We still don't really have confirmation about them. But people within the federal government assumed, I think, and as we now know, assumed correctly, that the Soviet Union was spying on the United States and that people connected with the Communist Party were probably involved here. The first serious exposure of Soviet espionage occurred in September 1945 in Ottawa, Canada, when Igor Guzenko, a fairly low-level quote-unquote code clerk within the Soviet embassy in Ottawa, defected from his post, managed to contact the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and began to spill a story of Soviet espionage within the Canadian government. He had brought with him a sheaf of documents that identified about 20 people who had been involved. He was working with the Military Intelligence Agency, the GRU, not the KGB. And most of the people that he identified were academics. There were a few scientists, including one scientist who had been working on the atomic bomb project, a number of people within the Canadian government and within the Canadian Communist Party. These people were rounded up and they were questioned, but this was all very secret at that time. It made the authorities aware of the existence of espionage, especially since Guzenko said that he thought a fairly high-level individual within the American State Department was also involved. He didn't name names. We think that Hoover probably assumed this was Alger Hiss, but again, remember, we don't have GRU archives. We're not 100% sure of that. What made the FBI really aware of the extent of Soviet espionage was the defection in the fall of 1945 of a woman by the name of Elizabeth Bentley. Elizabeth Bentley is a character. She was one hates to sort of use language like neurotic or obsessive or something like that, because it always seems a little sexist to do that, because you don't usually talk about neurotic men. But anyhow, Elizabeth Bentley was a piece of work. She had graduated from Vassar. She had become interested in Italy. She'd gone to Italy. She'd done some graduate work, came back to the United States, was sort of floating around, somehow got involved with the Communist Party, claimed she wanted to do sort of counterintelligence for the communists, that she would work for a agency of the Mussolini government and sort of do spying on the Italian fascists for the communists, whatever. Anyhow, eventually she got caught up with a man by the name of Golos, who was working for the KGB, also a sort of mid-level official within the Communist Party. He seemed to have a lot of irons in the fire. He was married, but she became his mistress. And as their relationship deepened, she began to work as a courier for a group of about 100 civil servants, people working in Washington, mostly in the Treasury Department, in the Office of Strategic Services, which was the forerunner of the CIA. And she served as a courier between these people, taking materials that they had copied from their official files back to Golos in New York. Among her contacts were a number of fairly high-level officials, one assistant to Roosevelt in the White House named Lachlan Curry, an assistant secretary of the Treasury named Harry Dexter White. Her most important contact was a man named Gregory Silvermaster, who seemed to be at the center of a spy ring of officials who fed a lot of information, mainly economic information, political information, some military information, to Silver Master, who had a dark room in his basement where another member of the quote-unquote Silver Master ring, a man by the name of William Ullman, photographed these documents and then gave the film to Bentley to take back to New York. After Bentley came into the FBI office and began telling this story, which she kept adding more and more details, changing names, bringing in new names, her testimony is, it makes you suspicious. But nonetheless, as we know from Venona, it was, for the most part, correct. Nonetheless, the FBI realized that they needed a lot more evidence before they could crack down on these people. So they immediately put most of Bentley's agents under surveillance, tapped their phones, entered their homes, surreptitiously found the photographic studio in Silver Master's basement, for example, discovered that all these people had connections with each other, but, and this is important, never found them taking materials from the government, handing them over to the Russians. And they kept these people under surveillance for about a year before it became clear that, one, Bentley couldn't be, what they wanted was to get Bentley back into her networks and have her go back and work with the Russians so they could catch these people red-handed. It didn't work. The Russians, as we now know, were very suspicious of Bentley by this point, by the fall of 1945. They were afraid that she was going to betray them, which in fact she did. And in fact, we have some KGB telegrams that talk about, A, the need to find Bentley a boyfriend, or else perhaps murder her. Anyhow, there was no way that the FBI could get any evidence that Bentley's people were involved in espionage. And by the beginning of 1947, the Justice Department decides that they're going to take all this evidence to a grand jury in New York and call up the people that Bentley had identified. The FBI, by the way, had interviewed all these people, all of whom had denied that they were involved with either communism or espionage. Hoover was very upset. He did not think that there was enough evidence here for the Justice Department to bring a prosecution. None of these people confessed. And he felt that the only thing that could be done was to make sure that they were kicked out of their government positions and kept under some kind of surveillance. He was right in that eventually the grand jury had to give up on indicting these people. And at the same time, the government did not seem to be taking these charges as seriously as Hoover wanted them to. And so by the spring of 1948, Hoover, we think, began to leak information about Bentley's charges. They were beginning to leak into the press. Bentley was talking to a number of reporters. And in July 1948, the House Un-American Activities Committee, HUAC, began a series of hearings in which they called Bentley and some of the people that she had identified to testify. We'll look at some of those hearings in later lectures, but they were, to put it mildly, sensational. Significantly, none of the witnesses, none of the people that Bentley had identified were willing to testify about what they had done. One of the people that Bentley named was a man by the name of Alger Hiss. And as HUAC began to put its case together, it called in another witness, a man by the name of Whittaker Chambers, to corroborate Bentley's testimony. Chambers was at that time an editor at Time magazine, but he had been in a sense, Bentley's predecessor as the connection between the Soviet underground, the Soviet intelligence, and a group of federal employees in the Communist Party, a kind of ring in the 1930s. Chambers claimed originally that all he was doing was providing these people with information from the party headquarters because they had to keep their party affiliation secret because of their government jobs. He did not talk about espionage at this point. Hiss was perhaps the most important of the early spy cases. He was an attorney working in the State Department, a kind of quintessential New Deal type. He had been to the Harvard Law School. He had very good connections among Supreme Court justices and fairly high-ranking New Deal officials. He had been a State Department official in charge not of policy, actually, but of sort of organizing international meetings. So he had been, for example, at the top level meeting of Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt at Yalta in 1945. He had also been at the founding meeting of the United Nations in San Francisco. He was a fairly high-level official. These charges against him ruined his career. Chambers had made accusations that Hiss was a communist as early as 1939. And throughout the 1940s, he had been talking on a fairly regular basis with the FBI about Hiss and about some of the other New Dealers who were part of this sort of communist ring within the federal government. But the government never did very much about Hiss until finally, in about late 1946, 1947, they were quietly pressuring him to leave the government. He was not fired. He was essentially forced to resign, after which he got a fairly good job as head of the one of the Carnegie Foundations. And by the time he's called up before HUAC to, in a sense, rebut Chambers' testimony, he had been under something of a cloud. The FBI was working with HUAC, this we know. The FBI was working, in fact, with HUAC's most effective member, a young first-term Republican congressman from California named Richard Nixon. And his case was Nixon's baby. Nixon, it appears, had a very sort of gut dislike for Hiss. Hiss was smooth, Hiss was good looking, Hiss was Ivy League. Somehow this grated wrong with Nixon. And he became almost obsessive in his desire to uncover Hiss. Because in the beginning, in the first set of hearings, Chambers comes on. He's fat. He's sort of slobby. He's very emotional. He doesn't make a good impression. Hiss is elegant, well-dressed, well-spoken. And at first the committee wanted to sort of dismiss this and say, okay, Hiss is right, Chambers is wrong. But Nixon, in part for personal reasons, but I think primarily because the FBI was feeding him information, realized that he had a case. Because Hiss had started out denying that he even knew Chambers. And after interviewing Chambers for a while, Nixon realized that he did have a case. And he kept pressing it until finally, in a very emotional moment, Hiss admitted that, yes, he did know Whittaker Chambers as somebody else in the 1930s. He had not talked about espionage, but Hiss sued Chambers for slander. And during the course of Chambers' defense, he brought in some documents that he claimed Hiss had given him in the 1930s. The government got a hold of these documents, and in the very last weeks of the grand jury that had been called to listen to the Bentley charges, the government was able to indict Hiss for perjury. The case had to go through two trials. The first one did not result in a conviction. The second one did in January 1950. And what was significant about the trials, besides a lot of expert testimony about the actual documents that Chambers had squirreled away, was the fact that a number of very eminent people were willing to vouch as character witnesses for Alger Hiss. We do not have as much evidence from Venona about Hiss's guilt. This is because it is most likely that he was working for the GRU, for the Soviet military intelligence, and not for the KGB. I personally think he probably was guilty of espionage. But again, the case isn't completely as strong as it was for Bentley's people and as it was for many of the atomic spies, which were, of course, the most serious episode of espionage that occurred with regard to the Soviet Union. Here, Venona broke the case and has also confirmed many of the charges that were made in the 1950s. It's also revealed some brand new spies that we didn't even know about. The most important atomic spy was a man named Klaus Fuchs. He was a German refugee. He had been involved in a communist youth group at the time the Nazis took over in Germany. He fled to England, where he went to school, became a physicist, and was recruited to work for the atomic bomb project. At that point, he got in touch with some communists in England who put him in touch with the KGB, and he began giving information first in England, later when he was sent to the United States from Manhattan, and finally when he was sent to Los Alamos, he continued to give information on the bomb. His main courier was a man by the name of Harry Gold, who was a chemist from Philadelphia who had been sympathetic to the communists, had tried to do a little industrial espionage before the war, and was used as a courier because he had a scientific background, and so presumably would be able to understand what Fuchs was telling him better than other kinds of people. They met several times in Santa Fe during the war, and it's clear that Fuchs was giving extremely important information. He was a fairly high-level physicist, and the information that he gave did help the Russians build the bomb, no question about it. Venona revealed the fact that he was working within the Manhattan Project. By the fall of 1949, the FBI had enough information to give it to Scotland Yard. The British picked him up, began to question him, and eventually he confessed and was given a 14-year sentence. He served his time in England and then was released and went to East Germany. The main surprise Venona gave us was that there was another physicist in the project, a man by the name of Theodore Hall, who was a young physicist. He was, in fact, the youngest scientist on the Venona project. He had been a brilliant undergraduate at Harvard, had been recruited for the project, and had been involved with communist youth groups and stuff while an undergraduate. And when he joined the Manhattan Project, he tried to make a contact with the Soviet intelligence agencies, finally was able to do it, and did feed the Russians a considerable amount of information using his college roommate as a courier. The FBI uncovered him through Venona and questioned him fairly intensively in the late 1940s, early 50s, but Hall never confessed. And as a result, the government was never able to indict him for espionage. He moved to Great Britain, where he worked as a fairly well respected scientist until his recent death. The Venona documents also revealed several other people in the Manhattan Project who were also giving information to the Russians. Here, one of them was a man by the name of David Greenglass. And this gets us, of course, into the Rosenberg case, perhaps the most notorious espionage case of the early Cold War. Rosenberg himself was a young engineer trained at the City College of New York. He had been a very active communist, and when the war began, he got in touch with Soviet intelligence and recruited a number of his former pals in the CCNY engineering Communist Party kind of nucleus to do industrial and military espionage, to give information to him that he would then hand on to the Russians. And he did that. He had about 6 people getting information about mines, about bomb sites, about jet engines, useful, certainly, to the Russian military war effort, and that's what Rosenberg was focused on. But this was not the atomic bomb. What made the Rosenberg case was the fact that Rosenberg's brother-in-law, David Greenglass, who was Rosenberg's wife's brother, was a high school trained technician. He'd never even gone to college at that point. He was in the military and he was sent to Los Alamos. It was totally serendipitous. Once Rosenberg discovered where his brother-in-law was and what he was working on, he recruited him. And Greenglass gave information by way, usually of his wife, to Rosenberg. It was fairly low-level technical data. Greenglass was not a scientist. He was a technician. But the information that he gave did confirm other materials that were coming in from the real spies, Fuchs and Hall. At one point, when Harry Gold was in New Mexico getting information from Klaus Fuchs, he did also stop by and get some materials from Greenglass. So that was a connection as well. What happened was that Venona revealed Rosenberg's spy ring. It revealed the connection to Greenglass as well as Fuchs, Hall, and Gold. And as the FBI began to investigate and began to question the people whose names had come up in the Venona decrypts, they began to confess. And you got confessions from Klaus Fuchs, you got confessions from Harry Gold, you got confessions from David Greenglass, but Julius Rosenberg refused to confess. The FBI knew he was not a major atomic spy, but they wanted him to confess about his gang of CCNY buddies, and he simply refused. In order to pressure Rosenberg to confess, the FBI had his wife Ethel arrested. Ethel was not in the spy ring. Ethel was a young mother. She probably knew about Julius's activities but was not involved. Nonetheless, in order to put pressure on Julius Rosenberg, and we have FBI documents that say as much, i.e., we have no evidence on Ethel, but we want to use her as a lever against her husband. The FBI essentially arrested Ethel, got her indicted for a conspiracy to commit espionage, put pressure, we now know, on the judge at the time to sentence both Ethel and Julius to death. That death sentence, again, was designed to pressure both Ethel and Julius to confess. This was, to put it mildly, a rather serious form of pressure. And at the moment, Julius and Ethel refused to confess. They just refused to confess. They said they were innocent. And they were killed. What's interesting is up until the last moment, as Ethel and Julius are being prepared for the electric chair, there is an open phone line between Sing Sing prison and the FBI office where a number of Justice Department officials and J. Edgar Hoover are sitting by the phone. And an FBI agent in Sing Sing has a list of questions that he is supposed to ask Julius Rosenberg if at the very last minute Julius cracks and is willing to confess to save his life. And one of those questions was utterly damning. Was your wife aware of your activities? There were other spies as well. The British government had a group of fairly high-placed spies that were working in the United States. They were revealed in Venona. A number of these people, Kim Philby, Donald McLean, and Guy Burgess, fled to the Soviet Union when they were uncovered. Their information was fairly high level and continued after World War II. Most of the people who were spies had been spying during World War II when the United States was an ally. They seem to have been motivated by their political beliefs. They were idealists, somehow thinking they were working for a better world. How much damage did this do? We do know that it probably sped up the creation of a nuclear bomb by the Soviet Union by about 2 years. The Russians were going to have a bomb no matter what. These Manhattan Project scientists knew this. And in fact, the Russian bomb, if they had made it themselves, would have been a better bomb than the one that they had. What Stalin made them do was copy the bomb that Klaus Fuchs had given them, even though the Russian scientists had made some scientific breakthroughs that probably would have made whatever a better bomb is. There was other information that the Russians got, some industrial secrets, some political intelligence. It's not clear how useful or how damaging it was. Scholars have not, to my knowledge, really explored that aspect of the Soviet espionage of the 1940s. What's important to realize, however, is that this espionage came to an end at the end of World War II. Elizabeth Bentley's defection was followed by an immediate cessation of contacts between the Soviet KGB and their agents. And by the early 50s, the KGB essentially had no more agents within the American government. From then on, most of the espionage that the Soviet Union would conduct would be through paid agents, not through these ideologically committed people like Julius Rosenberg or Klaus Fuchs. Significantly, many historians believe that perhaps the main contribution of these espionage cases was to heighten the hysterical atmosphere that contributed to McCarthyism. In our next lecture, we're going to look at one of the key institutions of the McCarthy era, one of the key institutions that really it's been identified above all with McCarthyism, and that is the congressional investigating committees that, as we've already seen, played a very important role in uncovering the espionage, and as we shall see in the next lecture, played a key role in creating and maintaining the machinery of political repression.
This ends Lecture 7. American Inquisition, Lecture 8. The Committees and Their Witnesses. Are you now or have you ever been?
In our last lecture, we were looking at the role of the House Un-American Activities Committee, or HUAC as it's usually called, in exposing Soviet espionage to the American people. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at HUAC and some of its brother and sister committees because they were the key institution, I think, in exposing, publicizing, and punishing suspected communists and other dissidents. In the popular mind, the congressional committees like HUAC, like Senator McCarthy's committee, were those sort of quintessential institutions of the McCarthy era. This is, when we think about McCarthyism, when we think about that Red Scare, we're thinking about witnesses from Hollywood standing up and saying, "I refuse to answer your questions." This is the image that the American public has of McCarthyism, and it's not incorrect. These committees were absolutely crucial to the whole phenomenon that we now call McCarthyism. And in this lecture, we're going to explore those committees. We're going to look at how they operated and what their impact was. I'd like to begin by taking a moment and looking at a man by the name of Barrows Dunham, who appeared before the House Un-American Activities Committee in February 1953. Barrows Dunham was a professor at Temple University in Philadelphia. He was asked the usual questions: who are you? What do you do? And he answered 3 questions, and then refused to answer any more of the committee's questions on the grounds that it would interfere with his Fifth Amendment rights, being a witness against himself. Most witnesses had answered more questions than that, even if they were quote-unquote unfriendly witnesses, but Dunham, on the advice of a lawyer, had decided he was going to test the Fifth Amendment. He was indicted for contempt of Congress, and he won his case. The Fifth Amendment did protect witnesses like Barrows Dunham from having to answer congressional committees' investigations, but they didn't protect witnesses from any other sanctions. And as you will recall from an earlier lecture, when we talked about this 2-stage theory of McCarthyism, Dunham, in the first stage, was identified by HUAC as being, quote-unquote, and the committees began to use this phrase, a Fifth Amendment communist. In the second stage, he was fired. He lost his job as a professor at Temple University, and in a later lecture, we will look at the firing of people like Barrows Dunham. But I took his case because it was a typical case, in a sense, of somebody being called up, asked questions about his politics, and being punished both by having to undergo a criminal prosecution and also by losing his job. The congressional committees that we'll be looking at today varied. There were 3 important ones that handled most of the investigations. HUAC, the House Un-American Activities Committee, was the oldest and longest lived. It had been established in 1938, became a permanent committee in 1945, and throughout had been involved in investigations of communists in government. It gained considerable power and prestige as a result of the Hollywood hearings that we'll begin to look at, and of course as a result of its successful exposure of Alger Hiss in the summer of 1948. The other important congressional committees were the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee, which was established in 1951. Its main chair was a Nevada senator named Pat McCarran, and the committee was often called the McCarran Committee. It had a reputation for being somewhat more responsible than HUAC, and was often the conduit for important FBI materials. Finally, McCarthy himself had a committee. In 1953, when the Republicans took over Congress, he became chair of the Government Operations Committee and took over its permanent subcommittee on investigations, so that he had his own committee with his own staff that he could use to publicize his own charges. There were some other anti-communist investigations within Congress. Sometimes other committees would probe communism in places like the labor movement. Also, many states had their own little HUACs that carried out investigations, often fairly important ones, into labor or into academic communities. And on a state or local level, often individual politicians were involved in investigations as well. All of these organizations shared the same agenda of trying to expose communists in various organizations or governmental bodies. That their agendas, they tended to focus on a number of areas. Probably the most important, of course, was that of quote-unquote communists in government. That's what revealed espionage agents. That was an area of investigation that was guaranteed to produce headlines. And it was also, and this is very important, guaranteed to provide ammunition for the Republican Party against the Democratic administrations, first of Roosevelt and then of Harry Truman. So that the communists in government charge was a major sort of partisan weapon in the hands of the Republican Party. Committees also tended to investigate and focus very heavily on those organizations that communists were active in, front groups, for example, and particularly left labor unions. There were also a set of special investigations, like HUAC's investigation of the communist influence in Hollywood that produced the Hollywood 10. We'll talk about that in a little while. Or another very crucial special investigation was that of the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee, the McCarran Committee, in the quote-unquote loss of China. Another function that the committees fulfilled was that of exposing and punishing individuals if the criminal justice system couldn't reach them. We've seen this already in the hearings that HUAC began to put on, where they exposed the charges of Elizabeth Bentley after it turned out that the Justice Department's grand jury couldn't bring any indictments. And Hoover is particularly involved here in helping get information to the committee so that they can bring that information to the public and expose what he considered were, if not actual prosecutable criminal charges, at least charges that he felt needed to be exposed to the public. Finally, and this is by no means a trivial part of the committee's agenda, these committee investigations were very good for the careers of politicians. We've seen this in particular in the way in which Richard Nixon was able to use his case to build himself a national reputation, and we'll see it again when we look at the political career of Joseph McCarthy. HUAC, for example, had originally been a sort of backwater committee. Nobody wanted to serve on it. It had a lousy reputation. It was seen as sort of out of control and populated by political hacks. However, after Nixon brings the Hiss case to the front pages, when Congress reconvenes, HUAC is the most popular political assignment. Politicians are jostling with each other to get put on the committee. It brought incredible publicity, and in fact, during election years, for some funny reason, HUAC tended to hold its hearings in the home states of its members and even in their districts. So, for example, there was a congressman from Albany serving on HUAC in the early 1950s, and there were a lot of congressional investigations on communist infiltration in Albany. Well, what I'd like to look at now are the ways in which the committees operated. How did they choose their witnesses? How did they make their witnesses testify? And what kinds of legal issues came up during the course of committee investigations? Interestingly enough, the committees tended to be fairly selective in their choice of witnesses. In other words, they weren't just calling people randomly. They used members of the anti-communist network to help them identify people who were in the Communist Party. The FBI was very helpful, especially to the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee. And most of the people who were called up before committees had been identified as communists and were, in fact, if not communists at that time, at least ex-communists. The committees also tended to rely fairly heavily on professional witnesses. Elizabeth Bentley kept coming back time and again, as did a man by the name of Louis Boudin's, who had been a former editor of the Communist Party's newspaper and became one of the most important of the Cold War professional witnesses. The committees held two sets of hearings. The first hearing was a so-called executive session. It was a secret hearing which was designed to determine if a witness was going to be a cooperative witness or if that person was going to defy the committee. And the test that the committees used invariably was that of naming names. If someone was willing not only to admit that he or she was a communist or had formerly been a communist, but was also willing to say who else had been in the party with that person, then that person often would be excused from a public hearing. But if the person was unfriendly and refused to name names, then that person was almost invariably called before the committee in public. Sometimes friendly witnesses were questioned in public as well if their testimony was sufficiently headline-grabbing or useful for the committee in some form. Now, in the early years of the Cold War, it was by no means clear that the committee had the right to question people about their political affiliation. Many of the people who came before the committees in this early period assumed that the First Amendment's protection of freedom of speech and association would extend to their testimony before a committee and that they would have a First Amendment right not to testify about their political affiliations. So that in this early period, and here we're talking about 1946 and 1947, witnesses who came before the committee simply refused to testify and claimed that they were protected by the First Amendment. The most important case here is that of the Hollywood 10, which we will look at in more detail later. But these were people who were active in the Communist Party in Hollywood, and when they were called up in October 1947, they were acting on the advice of their attorney to invoke the First Amendment and refuse to answer the committee's questions. They were cited for contempt of Congress. And as their case went through the legal system, it became very clear that the Supreme Court was not going to support their claims. In fact, the Supreme Court refused to take their case. And so their conviction for contempt of Congress held up and they went to prison. As a result, what that meant was that witnesses who did not want to cooperate with the committees and did not want to name names, which is what was really at issue, found themselves relying on the Fifth Amendment rather than the First Amendment. The Fifth Amendment, which is what Barrows Dunham took, protects a witness from having to provide testimony against him or herself. This is an old legal precept that goes way back, and it's really a protection against torture. And the Supreme Court protected the Fifth Amendment in communist cases during the late 1940s and 50s. It was, in fact, the only legal protection that a witness had against a committee's questions. However, and this is very important, the Supreme Court's protection of the Fifth Amendment was somewhat limited. And it was limited by what came to be known as the waiver doctrine. What the waiver doctrine meant was that if a witness was willing to talk about him or herself and to say, yep, I was in the Communist Party from 1938 through 1941, and I went around, I was very active in labor organizing, and then I realized that I didn't really support everything the communists did, and I felt very disgusted by what was going on in the Soviet Union during the purge trials, etc., etc. That person then was, according to the Supreme Court, assumed to have, quote-unquote, waived his or her Fifth Amendment protection and could not then, when the committees asked, well, who else was in the party with you, could not then say, I am not going to answer those questions. In other words, you couldn't talk about yourself and not about others. You had to invoke the Fifth Amendment about yourself if you were to avoid naming names. And this was the hook that the committees had. They knew they had it. And they knew that the witnesses knew it, because most of the witnesses showed up with pretty sophisticated lawyers. So that what the committees would do is take advantage of people's legal inability to talk about themselves and not about others, and ask incredibly embarrassing questions. So, for example, I know of one scientist, a physicist, who was asked, well, did you give atomic secrets to people known to you as members of the Communist Party? This guy had not given atomic secrets to anybody. He hadn't even had atomic secrets. Nonetheless, because he had to take the Fifth Amendment to questions about his own political activities, he had to take the Fifth Amendment to that kind of a question, and it looked terribly embarrassing because it turned out that the Communist Party had ordered all of its members to take the Fifth, so that the committees were able to claim that anybody who took the Fifth was a communist, and we'll look at that in a little more detail later. The other problem, of course, was that it quickly became the case that most employers fired people who took the Fifth Amendment. In other words, legally, you were protected from a contempt citation and from going to prison for contempt of Congress if you took the Fifth Amendment. But economically, you weren't protected at all. And that sort of second stage of the two-stage process of McCarthyism meant that economic sanctions would be invoked against people, even if criminal legal sanctions weren't. So how did somebody deal with this if the federal marshals showed up at that person's house with a HUAC subpoena? We know that most people have a very strong revulsion against being an informer, against telling on one's friends, against naming names. And clearly, most of the people who were called up before the committees had really a serious kind of moral dilemma as well as a legal one facing them. You know, should they cooperate to protect their careers, or should they be unfriendly and risk their careers? A lot of people cooperated. and many of them have since talked about their reasons for cooperating. Clearly, they didn't do it in most cases because they wanted to, but because they felt coerced into it. This isn't the case with all of the cooperative witnesses. There were some who were dedicated anti-communists who really felt that what they were doing was ideologically important, was politically important. We have the case of somebody like Whittaker Chambers, who clearly felt ideologically compelled to fight communism and felt that his testimony was an important part of that struggle. But most of the cooperative witnesses seem to have done so out of fear of blacklisting, out of the fear of losing their jobs. In many cases, it turned out that the committees already had the names that it wanted these people to produce. So many of these people claimed they felt that their testimony was really not going to harm anybody, that the committees knew who they were going to name. And in many cases, we have their testimony in which the committee staff member will say, after this person admits that he was in the Communist Party in, say, Detroit, Michigan, then the committee staff member will say, well, was Bill Smith in the party with you? Was Joe Jones in the party with you? Was Mary Johnson in the party with you? And go through a long list of names. Because many of these cooperative witnesses were then excused from testifying in public, we don't know how many there were. And we're only recently beginning to get the executive sessions of congressional committees, so we're only just beginning to learn who some of these people are. For example, recently, Joseph McCarthy's Senate Government Operations Investigating Committee executive sessions records have become public, and we've learned, for example, that Aaron Copland was called before his committee. But we don't know. I've seen some HUAC records, but I haven't seen all of them, and I don't know. And I don't think anybody yet knows how many people actually collaborated with the committees. Probably most of their witnesses were unfriendly. And were people who refused to answer questions, mainly, certainly after 1947, on Fifth Amendment grounds. We know that the Communist Party, for example, ordered its members to take the Fifth Amendment. Many people took the Fifth Amendment because they had no choice. They were willing to talk about themselves, but not about others. The most well-known of these witnesses who expressed her willingness to talk about herself but not others was the playwright Lillian Hellman, who was called before HUAC in 1952 and wrote an incredibly eloquent letter explaining that she was willing to talk about herself. She had, in fact, been in the party for a short while in the late 1930s, but that she would not, quote-unquote, cut her conscience to fit today's fashions by testifying about other people. HUAC, however, refused to waive the Fifth Amendment. They wanted to force people to look bad. They didn't want people to explain the more nuanced reasons why they had been communists, why they had left the party. And so one of the problems we have is that we don't have very often testimony by people explaining their politics. The committees didn't want their witnesses testifying about why they had joined the party, why they had left. That made the committee's scenario of sort of communist evil a little too complicated. It made the story not black and white, not good versus evil. They wanted their witnesses to take the Fifth Amendment and then they could say, see, another communist, another Fifth Amendment communist, and not really explain to the American American people why somebody might have joined the Communist Party and left. That was not the committee's business. A few witnesses nonetheless took what came to be called the diminished fifth. They were risking contempt of Congress prosecution. But what they did do is tell about their politics, explain why they left the party, and then claimed that they couldn't, either for moral reasons or sometimes for some complex legal reason, why they couldn't talk about other people. What's interesting here is that these people who took the diminished fifth usually succeeded in their ploy. In other words, after the early 50s, it became clear what the committees were up to, and many judges were willing to allow a sort of complicated legal reasons why people didn't have to answer the committee's questions. And you begin to see, after about 1955, 56, 57, the federal judiciary rolling back its waiver doctrine and allowing people to take a more nuanced position. Many of these people took the fifth as a sign of their political opposition to the committees. They took the fifth as a political act, not so much as a way of avoiding prosecution. There were also some people, especially by about 1952 and 53 and 54, who began to take the First Amendment. These people, and there weren't a lot of them, were risking a contempt citation, but they wanted to become test cases. They wanted to force the Supreme Court to reconsider its earlier position and to begin to sort of revitalize the First Amendment's freedom of speech, especially freedom of association, as a protection against the committee's questions. They were not successful. Most of these people, in fact, went to prison, although in the late 50s, as we'll see in one of our later lectures, the Supreme Court begins to roll back some of the McCarthy-era decisions that it had made. What's important to remember here, though, is that almost all of the unfriendly witnesses lost their jobs or suffered in some way. Barrows Dunham, who took the Fifth Amendment, was typical. He was fired from his position as a professor at Temple University. In some cases, even being subpoenaed by a congressional committee could lose your job. Eventually, by the late 1950s, the committees begin to decline. There are a number of reasons for this. Certainly, the rather dramatic censure of Joseph McCarthy himself in late 1954 is one reason. Another reason is simply that the committees may have run out of witnesses. They were scraping the bottom of the barrel. They weren't getting the kinds of headlines that they had gotten in the late 40s with the Hiss case, for example. The Supreme Court began to place more restrictions on what committees could do, and people, especially some of the witnesses, lost their fear of committees. My favorite story here is a group that was subpoenaed to appear before HUAC in 1962 called Women's Strike for Peace. It was a group of women involved in the anti-nuclear movement, and they were called up by HUAC. And when they appeared, the women were all dressed up very elegantly, hats, gloves, whatever the most elegant outfits were of that period. And as each woman took the stand, a group of her supporters would get up and hand her bouquets of flowers. And the theater, the amazing ridicule here of HUAC being seen not as something terrifying, but as a moment of tribute that these women, wow, you've been called before HUAC, here are your flowers, really kind of put the kibosh on the committees. Nonetheless, we need to remember how important they were and how central they were to the machinery of McCarthyism. After all, probably their main function was to publicize the charges that had been developed by the anti-communist network, to publicize the charges that had been developed over the years by the FBI and by many of the professional anti-communists. The committees were also important because they targeted the main political activists of the time. And so they really damaged the political left. They chilled political debate. They made it harder for people to stand up and oppose the status quo. And finally, they invoke considerable personal damage. People's careers were hurt by the committee. There were instances of people committing suicide. One scientist from Stanford committed suicide on the day before his committee hearing was to take place. Other people, their lives fell apart. Certainly, the committees, although eventually they did lose their influence, were powerful and central to McCarthyism and McCarthy. And what we're going to be looking at in our next lecture is Joseph McCarthy himself, the man who gave his name to this phenomenon that we've already been exploring.
This ends Lecture 8. American Inquisition, Lecture 9. Joe McCarthy and the Loss of China. Anti-Communism as Partisan Politics.
In our last lecture, we looked at some of the congressional committees and how they operated. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at the king, maybe not the king, the jester, maybe not the jester. In any event, the figure who gave his name to this episode of political repression, Joseph McCarthy. The role of Joe McCarthy, Jolting Joe, Tail Gunner Joe, he's got a lot of nicknames. The role of Joseph McCarthy is one that is still being debated by historians and probably always will be. To a certain extent, I think there has been an error in dealing with him because of a tendency to over-exaggerate his role. This is something I think that developed very early on. This man was such a bizarro character that the American public, the American media certainly, glommed in on him and just couldn't let go. And it was a sort of mutual affair. I don't know whether you call it love or what, but certainly McCarthy got an inordinate amount of attention at the time. And as a result, there's been a tendency to over-exaggerate his contribution to that phenomenon that has his name. At the same time, because the guy was so bizarre, there is a tendency to treat that phenomenon, McCarthyism, as a kind of aberration. In other words, by identifying McCarthyism with McCarthy, we are, in a sense, trivializing it and making it a lot less of a mainstream, ordinary political phenomenon that I think it really was. By focusing on McCarthy, we're treating it as some kind of aberration, as a kind of blip in American political life, when in fact it was part of normal politics. Political repression in America is not something weird, something un-American, but unfortunately as American as apple pie, and having it identified with Joseph McCarthy distorts our understanding of that fact. McCarthy was important because, above all, he was a Republican politician, and his antics brought the Republican Party's partisan agenda to increased attention. He brought headlines to a story, to a scenario that the Republican Party was anxious to publicize. Anti-communism in this respect was an important partisan issue in regular politics. And I think this is what's particularly important about McCarthy, is that he was in many respects a regular Republican politician. And his charges were those that had already been made by other Republican politicians. Red baiting, the kind of red baiting that McCarthy had done, had been a very important part of the Republican Party's attack on the New Deal. It had been part of this communist in government issue that had been floating around American politics, floating around since the late 1930s. And in particular, after 1948, after the Republican Party lost the presidential election, even though at the time the Republicans thought that they were about to win it by a landslide, it was assumed that Truman was going to lose and the Republican candidate, Thomas Dewey, was going to win. After that surprise election, the Republican Party found themselves without an issue. The election had shown that the Republican Party's attack on the New Deal's domestic program was not something the American voters bought into. The Republicans did not feel able to attack the Truman administration with regard to its foreign policy because they had signed on to it. There had been a kind of bipartisan consensus during the early Cold War, so that there was really no issue that the Republicans had that could appeal to the voters except for communism. And by the end of 1948, especially after HUACs had exposed Elizabeth Bentley and Alger Hiss, had given credibility to these charges that communists in government had somehow betrayed the United States, this becomes a central issue for the Republican Party in attacking the Truman administration. And particularly important here is the issue of China. The Republicans had signed on to a kind of bipartisan foreign policy with regard to Europe during the early Cold War. They had supported the Truman administration's foreign policy. They had supported the Marshall Plan. They had supported the establishment of NATO. But the Republicans had long felt a much stronger tie to East Asia. This goes back really to before World War II. And they really wanted the Truman administration to give more support to the nationalist government in China, the government of Chiang Kai-shek, in its struggle against the Chinese communists. This struggle had been sort of ongoing throughout World War II, and it erupts into a major civil war after the end of World War II. The Republicans wanted the Democratic administration's State Department to give much more support to Chiang Kai-shek. And when in fact, Chiang Kai-shek loses the Civil War and is forced to flee from mainland China to Taiwan, and Mao Zedong takes over in Beijing. It looks very much as if the United States is losing the Cold War. And the Republican Party sort of picks up this issue of the quote-unquote loss of China. And you have to sort of think yourself back into this period, 1949, late 1949. This is the same time as the Soviet Union has just exploded its first atomic bomb. It looks like the United States is sort of losing the Cold War. And the Republican Party picks up on this and picks up on the notion of losing China, losing, almost 1 billion more people to the communist world. It's a scenario that had been already developed. It was on the shelf. It had been developed by a group of Chiang Kai-shek supporters who later became known as the quote-unquote China lobby. And these people claimed that communists within a organization known as the Institute of Pacific Relations, or IPR, which was a kind of think tank devoted to Asian affairs. That people in the IPR and in the State Department had somehow connived to hand China over to Mao Zedong. Now, there were some communists in the IPR, which is why this scenario, as we shall see, had a little bit of credibility, plausibility, as we might say. But nonetheless, it was like crazy. The United States never had China to be able to lose it. There was no way, given the American people's desire not to get involved in a major war in East Asia, given the fact that even if the United States had gotten involved, there's no way we could have intervened successfully in the Chinese Civil War. China simply wasn't America's to lose. But it was a plausible scenario and one that sort of resonated at a time when it looked like the United States was not doing well in the Cold War. And this was the issue that Joseph McCarthy picked up and ran with. Joseph McCarthy's a kind of unusual fellow. He actually was a fairly regular Republican politician. Not particularly distinguished, in fact, slightly disreputable. He had reached the Senate in 1946 at a time that the Republicans had pretty much swept the congressional elections. He was not a distinguished senator. In fact, he was rated as the worst senator in the Senate at that time. He, however, had a very engaging personality. He was, and many people have attested to it, including people whom he attacked. He could be quite charming. He was a notorious drinker and eventually killed himself with his drinking. He was also very reckless. He didn't seem to care very much whether his allegations were true or not. And when he picked up the communist issue, what distinguished him from his Republican colleagues, from other Republican politicians who were dealing with the same issue, was not just the recklessness of his charges, but their specificity. He was naming names. He had this gimmick of sort of saying, I have here in my hand a list of 81 communists in the State Department. Other politicians were never quite that specific, never quite that concrete. And at least in the beginning, people assumed that you couldn't make these kinds of charges without having proof. Well, he didn't have proof. He was making a lot of them up. But nonetheless, in the beginning, people took him fairly seriously. And when he first appeared, as he did at a sort of political banquet for the Republican Women's Club of Wheeling, West Virginia, waving lists in his hand saying, I have here a list of, and the numbers kept changing. Was it 51? Was it 81? Was it 200? You know, the man was not, to put it mildly, very conscientious. The response of the Truman administration and the Democratic leadership in the Senate was to force McCarthy to prove his charges. And the Senate established a subcommittee of the Foreign Relations Committee. It was chaired by Senator Millard Tydings of Maryland, a fairly conservative senator. And it was designed to force McCarthy to prove his charges. It was a total disaster. It completely backfired because what it did was enable McCarthy to get a platform for making even more charges. It amplified his charges rather than squelch them. And during the course of the Tidings Committee hearings, McCarthy was being fed enormous amounts of information by the people in the China lobby that enabled him to attack more and more people. The main target of his accusations was a professor at Johns Hopkins University named Owen Lattimore, who had been involved with this Institute of Pacific Relations, the IPR, in the 1930s, and had served during World War II as a kind of advisor to Chiang Kai-shek on behalf of the American government. And McCarthy first starts and says, "I have here the top Soviet spy." This was total fabrication. But McCarthy kept repeating these charges, and they got into the press. They got a lot of amplification. In particular, McCarthy was getting support from the leadership of the Republican Party. They knew that he was often fabricating his charges, but somebody like the sort of top Republican in the Senate, Senator Robert Taft, who was very conservative, very responsible, reputable politician, kept telling McCarthy, if one of your charges doesn't stick, well, just make another. In other words, the Republican Party knew that McCarthy was a useful weapon for them. What happened was that as the Tidings Committee is going through McCarthy's charges, the Korean War breaks out. And all of a sudden, that sort of jump-starts the level of hysteria, level of crisis in the American public. It gave his charges additional credibility, because now McCarthy could and did claim that communists in the State Department were not just responsible for the loss of China, but also for the outbreak of the Korean War. So that even after Tidings gives his final report in which he demonstrates that McCarthy's charges were off the wall, it doesn't do any good. And in fact, in the congressional elections of 1950, several of the politicians who had opposed McCarthy, including Senator Tidings, are defeated. Now, they're defeated for other reasons, but the political message that gets out, and it gets out very strongly to the Democrats in the Senate, is that opposing McCarthy is bad for your political career. So you see the Senate sort of withdrawing, especially the Democrats. They don't want to confront McCarthy because they're scared of him. Now, McCarthy was somebody who got a lot of help, especially in this early period, from the China lobby. They fed him testimony. They suggested witnesses who could be called up. They gave him material that he could feed into the congressional record. J. Edgar Hoover was helping him. Hoover and McCarthy actually used to go to the racetrack together. They were pals. Hoover would feed him information, would give him, for his staff, former FBI officials who could be helpful. Another thing that distinguished McCarthy from other senators who were making, remember, the same kind of charges was that he understood very well how to play the media. He understood how the newspaper business worked. He knew, for example, that if you made charges at a certain point during the day, especially kind of in the late afternoon, when many newspaper men had deadlines to meet, that then the counter charges, the denials of his charges, wouldn't make the same paper. He knew how to plant stories. He knew what kinds of stories journalists needed. And so in the very early period of his political career, McCarthy's charges would get enormous publicity just because he was technically very good at working with the press. This is, you have to remember, before there's television news. Television news doesn't really come into being until the 1960s. News in the 1950s is newspapers, and McCarthy knew very well how to work it. McCarthy also was really not concerned about whether or not his charges were true. He wanted his charges to get publicity. He was a real showman, a sort of eventually become something of a megalomaniac. It was claimed that he was an opportunist, that he picked up on the communist issue because it was something that he knew would get publicity. I'm not sure that was actually the case. Certainly, toward the end of his career, he clearly had become a true believer, had become a dedicated anti-communist. And I don't see any evidence, and I don't think his biographers actually saw any evidence, that he was necessarily somebody who didn't care about communism and then took up the issue because he thought it would get him publicity. I think he was a regular Republican politician. Most Republicans were fairly strong anti-communists. He was too. What distinguished him was his recklessness, was his use of the media. But his political ideology is really no different from that of the rest of the Republican Party. What did distinguish him was his popular support. This popular support did not exist necessarily in his home state of Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, he's just a regular Republican. And in fact, when he ran for re-election in 1952, he ran a little bit behind the Republican candidate, Dwight Eisenhower. But he was very popular with the Irish. He was Irish. And his constituency often were urban Irish Catholics, people who were strongly anti-communist. They were Catholics. The Catholic Church was strongly anti-communist. He had this constituency which ordinarily would have been Democratic, and which accounts for the fact that, say, somebody like John Kennedy, who came from Massachusetts with a huge Irish Catholic population, tended to either support McCarthy or pull back from criticizing him. What's interesting about McCarthy is that his power and popularity came to an end when he was no longer useful to the Republican Party, when he was no longer a weapon that could be wielded by Republicans against the Democratic administration. In short, when the Republicans took over Congress and the White House in 1953, after Eisenhower won the election in 52, McCarthy's career begins to peak and then decline. The reason for this is obvious. He had begun to attack the Eisenhower administration, and Eisenhower began to turn against him. This wasn't immediately obvious. When the Republicans take over Congress after the 1952 elections give them a majority, McCarthy inherits his own investigating committee. And it's the investigating committee of the Government Operations Committee, which means that he has to investigate the government, which means that he's still looking for communists in government. But now, this is a Republican administration, and he's turning against his own party. At first, he investigates an organization called the Voice of America, which is a branch of the State Department doing publicity. It has libraries overseas. It has radio stations that are broadcasting propaganda to the Iron Curtain countries. And he begins to question as well some of the Eisenhower administration's political appointments. In short, he's beginning to bite the hand that had fed him. At the same time, his committee staff begins to get out of control. His chief counsel is a man by the name of Roy Cohn, who was a Democrat, in fact, had been in the Justice Department as a prosecutor, had been one of the prosecutors in the Rosenberg spy trial. And Roy Cohn takes charge of some of the investigations of the McCarthy Committee, and with a colleague, a man by the name of David Shine, goes off to Europe in the spring of 1953 to investigate the libraries of the State Department, the USIS, the United States Information Service, its propaganda arm overseas. Cohn and Schein are not exactly well behaved, and they're running around Europe, giving press conferences, making wild accusations, and at one point engage in a pillow fight in a hotel lobby in Germany. I mean, these guys are really kind of off the wall. Needless to say, this is not great publicity. And McCarthy doesn't reprimand them. In fact, a few months later, Schein is drafted into the Army. McCarthy tries to get an officer commission for him, can't. Claims later that Schein is so important to his committee's operations that he needs to be given special treatment, needs to get lots and lots of weekend passes so he can go to New York and help the committee, and puts an enormous amount of pressure on the Army to give Schein special treatment. At the same time, McCarthy is beginning an investigation of communist infiltration in the Army. And this is what's going to lead to his downfall, because the Army is the institution inside which President Eisenhower had spent most of his life. This is Eisenhower's Army. And McCarthy, by investigating quote-unquote communists within the Army, is really treading on very sensitive territory here. Many Republicans have been pressing Eisenhower to crack down on McCarthy, especially after he begins to attack the State Department. But Eisenhower holds back. He claims he does not want to quote-unquote get in the gutter with that guy. When McCarthy attacks the Army, this is too much, and Eisenhower begins to intervene secretly with a quote-unquote hidden hand, but nonetheless is beginning to turn against McCarthy. And finally authorizes a set of hearings into McCarthy's charges against the Army, and as well into the special treatment that McCarthy had demanded for Private First Class David Schein. These hearings take place on television. In fact, they're one of the very first sort of political events that got national television. They show McCarthy up as a bully, as somebody who is really a kind of crude and brutal questioner, and totally begin this process of destroying his reputation. When finally McCarthy attacks one of the assistants of the Army's main attorney as somebody who had once, when he was in law school, belonged to a left-wing lawyers organization, that the attorney for the Army, a man named Joseph Welsh, sort of sits back and says, "Have you no consideration? Do you know what you're doing? You're destroying this young man's life." And it's that moment, it's a very poignant moment on national TV when you sort of see all sympathy for McCarthy just disintegrating. And as a result of those hearings, as a result of the Eisenhower administration's final decision to sort of step out and crush McCarthy, you have him becoming increasingly more marginalized, so that in the fall of 1953, the entire Senate votes his censure. And it's censuring him not on the grounds of destroying people's career, not on the grounds of making reckless accusations of communism, but on the grounds that he hadn't shown proper respect for some of his witnesses and had not shown proper respect for the traditions of the Senate. After he's censured, he becomes increasingly more marginalized, and within 3 years has drunk himself to death. He dies in 1957 of liver disease due to alcoholism. It would be wrong, I think, here to say, well, he's a marginal figure from the first. He wasn't. McCarthy was important because he brought attention to the Republican Party's charges of communism in the government. He brought attention in particular to these charges having to do with the loss of China. And what's interesting is that there was another set of hearings, arguably one of the most important sets of hearings that took place during the McCarthy period. They were conducted by Senator McCarran's Internal Security Subcommittee on the Institute of Pacific Relations, this think tank that dealt with East Asian affairs. It did have communists in its staff. And what the McCarran Committee did was create this scenario that got an enormous amount of attention, claiming that communist influence in the Institute for Pacific Relations filtered into the State Department and perverted American policy towards East Asia to such an extent that Mao Zedong was able to take over in China. These charges were absolutely without any real basis, but, because they sounded credible, because there was plausibility here, because there were communists in the Institute of Pacific Relations, because everybody in the State Department who had anything to do with China probably did belong to the IPR. This is a period in which academics did not develop expertise in this area. And if you needed expert advice on East Asia, you probably did join the IPR. It was the only place where that kind of information was being collected and disseminated. So that the McCarran Committee hearings gave enormous plausibility to this loss of China scenario. They were also followed by a prosecution of Owen Lattimore, one of the leading figures in the IPR, although a man who had no relationship with the Communist Party. Lattimore was a very, very important scholar, but he was not somebody who made policy. Nonetheless, the committee, and McCarran in particular, demanded that he be prosecuted for perjury. Eventually, and it took years and really destroyed Lattimore in his career, eventually the charges against him were simply thrown out. But what had happened, and this is in part an indirect result of McCarthy's charges, was that it created an enormous amount of timidity within the State Department with regard to anything having to do with East Asia. People's careers were being destroyed, and Foreign Service officers who worked with East Asian affairs became extraordinarily timid. We'll look at this a little bit later. But what you see is a very important set of charges that did enormous damage with regard to American foreign policy. McCarthy's charges also did enormous damage to the people he charged. One of them, for example, committed suicide, and many other people had their careers destroyed. Nonetheless, if we focus on McCarthy rather than McCarthyism, we are in a sense distorting our understanding of this phenomenon, because it is a distortion to treat McCarthyism as some kind of an aberration rather than as a part of mainstream partisan politics, which I think is what it really was. In our next lecture, we're going to look at some of these other committees. We're going to be looking in particular at how the committees brought McCarthyism and political repression to Hollywood and to the rest of the entertainment industry.
After listening to Lecture 9, a student posed this question to Professor Schrecker. What was the response of the Democratic Party to McCarthyism? Let's listen to the professor's response.
While the Republicans are egging McCarthy on and pushing him to expose communists in the State Department, to emphasize that the Truman administration had quote unquote lost China, the Democrats are running for cover. They are deathly afraid of appearing quote unquote soft on communism. And so, even though they are horrified by McCarthy, realize his charges are off the wall, and try to put up some kind of a defense, they are in a funny way kind of hamstrung by his attacks. In the first place, nobody can believe that somebody can be this blatant, this brazen. His tactics, he doesn't play by the rules. And so they're caught off guard by his charges and they're forced onto the defensive and they're terrified that perhaps his charges are true. They're terrified that perhaps he's got another hiss in his back pocket. And so they really aren't putting up a very strong or very convincing defense.
This ends Lecture 9.